Psychonauts is one of those games that stands out in my mind as one of the greatest and most unique gaming experiences I've ever had the pleasure of coming across. It sits firmly in my top 10, maybe even top 5 games of all time. It's one of those games that crosses the threshold from being just a game into the world of compelling artistic expression. It accomplishes this via deep exploration of various psychological concepts through the lens of a darkly comedic fictional story about children training to harness their psychic powers under the oversight of a government agency known as the Psychonauts. The game takes place primarily at the Whispering Rock Summer Camp, a remote government training facility located in Whispering Valley. The summer camp itself sits right in the middle of cozy woods next to a lake with surrounding mountains, forming the valley above. By all appearances, we'll be having a fun adventure learning how to harness our innate psychic abilities while making some interesting friends with other children here along the way. But as things change, we discover this game isn't just a carefree jaunt through a story about kids with cool powers, but instead becomes an engaging commentary on dark, complex, and serious psychological concepts and pathologies. But it does so in a way that, while presenting itself as witty and comedic, still deals with these serious themes with a genuine sense of care and intention. Psychonauts is a third-person platformer developed by Double Fine for the PlayStation 2 back in 2005. In the game, our main character initially begins training at Whispering Rock Summer Camp, but quickly, a greater mystery begins unfolding before us as bizarre things start to happen. The game is fit with intense platforming, combat with various psychic abilities, and jumping into the minds of the various characters throughout the game to explore extremely unique and carefully designed levels representing these characters' psyches. For this video, I'm only going to cover the first game, but it does have two sequels, Psychonauts and the Rhombus of Ruin, which is a short VR game taking place immediately after the events of Psychonauts 1, and Psychonauts 2, a full-fledged sequel to the original that goes into depth in an entire new story and further exposition into the world of Psychonauts. There's also a variety of supplemental material that contains details outside of what's in the game, but covers some needed context to fully understand the nature of the characters' pasts. This comes in the form of various interviews and comments from Tim Schafer, the creative mind behind the game at Double Fine, a website known as Campster.me hosted by Double Fine, and the Lipo Character Backstories document. Campster.me is a fake social media site featuring all the various campers at the summer camp. It gives an insight into the interests, relationships, and backgrounds of the campers by providing profiles where the campers can list things about themselves as well as comment on each other's profiles. The Lipo Character Backstories document is a leaked document from Double Fine detailing backstory information and brainstorming for the major characters of the game. A lot of these details are questionable as to their canonical accuracy in this document, so I'll only reference it very sparingly. Just to lay it all out for you, this video will be a very in-depth review of the game of Psychonauts itself, but also an even deeper analysis of the psychological concepts this game seeks to tackle. We're going to dive deep into the minds of the various characters and explore aspects of their personalities and psychology to elucidate the brilliance the developers put so much work into. Now let's dive in and see what role we play in this interesting and complex premise with the intro cutscene of the game.
The human mind. 600 miles of synaptic fiber, 5.5 ounces of cranial fluid, 1,500 grams of complex neural matter. A 3-pound pile of dreams. But I'll tell you what it really is. It is the ultimate battlefield. And the ultimate weapon. The wars of this modern age, the psychic age, are all fought somewhere between these damp, curvaceous undulations. From this day forward, you are all psychic soldiers. Paranormal paratroopers, mental marines who are about to ship out on the adventure of their lives. This is our beachhead, and this is your landing craft. You shall engage the enemy in his own mentality. You shall chase his dreams. You shall fight his demons. You shall live his nightmares. And those of you who fight well, you will find yourselves on the path to becoming international secret agents. In other words, Psychonauts. The rest of you will die.
Oh, Maury.
Children, you are not going to die.
Well, if you're not a psychonaut, then you might as well be dead.
They told me this was a summer camp. Ah, Dogen. Don't worry about old Coach Oleander. I've been coming here for years, and trust me, nothing ever happens.
Yeah, Dogan, Lily's right. You don't got nothing to worry about. Except for that giant monster in the lake I was telling you about.
Bobby Zilch! I told you to stop scaring people with that ridiculous old legend. I don't want the kids to be afraid to go out at night and walk alone on the perfectly safe paths of Whispering Rock Psychic Summer Camp. And we don't want to scare our special guests, superstar Psychonauts Sasha 9 and Mia Vodello.
Whoa! Light monster!
Formation.
It's resisting. Quick, bring it over here.
What is it?
It's just a little boy. What's your name, darling?
I'll find out. Kid, get in! Ugh.
My name
Starts with a D.
is Rasputin, but everybody calls me Raz.
Please don't kill us, lake monster!
Compelling.
Armored like a tank.
Sorry I'm late. I don't want to disrupt your briefing, Agent Oleander. Agents 9, Vodello, please, continue.
Where do you think you're going?
You've broken into a highly classified remote government training facility.
I know, isn't it great? Listen, why don't I just sit over here quietly with my fellow Psychonauts? Hey, how's it going? I like your hat.
We need to have this young man taken from here immediately.
I'll call his parents.
What? But don't you train Psychonauts here?
Yes, darling, but...
To soar across the astral plane. To wage psychic warfare against the enemies of free thought.
That is what I wrote on the front of the pamphlet.
Those words are why I'm here, Coach Oleander. Do you remember what you wrote on the inside of that pamphlet? You were born with a special gift. But the people around you treat it like a curse. Your mother is afraid of you. And your father looks at you with shame in his eyes. Come to Whispering Rock Psychic Summer Camp, and you can show them all. Back home, your powers make you a loner, an outcast, a circus freak. But in this dojo, in this psychic dojo, they make you a hero.
Get that soldier a bunk.
So, we take on the role of Rasputin Aquato, otherwise known as Raz, a child of the Flying Aquatos, a family of acrobatic circus performers who move from place to place in a caravan to hold performances of their show. As we learn, Raz has a natural interest and talent for psychic abilities, and learns about the Psychonauts training camp from a pamphlet. We learn more about Raz as time goes on, but we won't get a real deep dive into his story until Psychonauts 2. As we awaken the next day, we see the other campers running off to complete Coach Oleander's training course. You can spend some time exploring around, collect some items in the area, and talk to a few of the campers to learn a bit about them. But other than that, there's not much else to do yet, so we head up the treehouse ramp where the first class is being held. Speaking to Coach Oleander, we get this cutscene.
I'm ready, sir.
Well then. You're late, soldier. Now get in here and give me 20.
So, this is it. The mental world.
It looks like a dentist office.
A mental dentist office.
It's a recruiting office, kids, and I'm here to recruit you for the greatest job in the world, being a psychonaut. It's about fighting a war for mental freedom. Are you ready to face torture, insanity, and death? Because this is your last chance to chicken out.
Oh, me, sir. I'd like to chicken out, please.
Too late, soldier.
But you said...
There's only one way out of here. Fighting. I want one of you chickens to sock me square in the jaw. I warn you. Once you do, the war is on.
So, nothing left to do at this point but punch his big stupid face.
Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go!
Charge!
Well, with Elton taking care of that landmine for us, we can keep heading forward through the level. The first level functions to teach you all the basics of the game's mechanics and concepts around diving into other people's minds. The first detail is the mention of astral projection into another person's mind. At the top left of the screen, we can see our current health state and how many lives we have. Raz's lives are represented by the concept of layers of astral projection. If you're unfamiliar, astral projection is a concept that basically refers to the power of intentionally having an out-of-body experience. You're able to project yourself into a place outside of your body where you can sort of float around like a ghost and perceive different things away from the confines of your body. In our case, we're projecting ourselves into the minds of the characters via the doorway we saw in the cutscene. As for our health, this is referred to as our mental health. If our health reaches 0, we lose a layer of astral projection, aka one of our lives. Once we lose all of our lives, we get kicked out of the person's mind, aka out of the current level. Anyway, this game is a 3D platformer after all, and Oleander's basic braining teaches you most of the mechanics right away. You can double jump, which spawns a ball of psychic energy that we can bounce off of to get higher. You can shimmy across ledges to get to hard to reach areas. Similarly, you can climb across certain walls to achieve the same effect. You can climb ladders and poles, the latter of which, at least on the PC version, is extremely buggy for some reason. I honestly don't remember if this issue exists in the PS2 version I played as a kid, but on the PC version, this is an issue basically every time you try to climb a pole. It can be extremely frustrating at times, so if you have to climb any poles, try to go a little slower, as that seems to help. Getting into more of what I consider Raz's unique traits are his acrobatic abilities that his circus training has granted him. You can grab onto tight ropes to shimmy left or right, or jump on top of them to walk back and forth. Raz also has the similar ability to swing and jump from pole to pole to make his way through difficult terrain, as well as hang from trapeze-like swings to jump across gaps. And while certainly not the last mechanic we'll encounter overall, the last one featured in this level is the ability to grind on rails. All of these mechanics are presented to you one by one through Oleander's course as you make your way through the level. So that's quite a variety of base 3D platforming mechanics to start with, and things will become more interesting and complex as we acquire new psychic abilities. But for now, let's talk about Oleander's level itself. Like I mentioned before, Psychonauts is a game where you enter the minds of various characters and explore their mindscapes to accomplish some specific goal. Either to complete a course and earn a merit badge, or later to try and help resolve their mental illnesses. I'll be going into the details of the game itself, but I'll also be going into great detail to take a look at the psychological themes that can help us understand the minds of the characters we encounter. Each level is an abstract representation of the person's mind. We get a sense of who they are from these constructed realities in every minute detail presented to us. And each level has a set of mechanics, challenges, and puzzles that represent some psychological concept tied to that person's psyche. Just to make sure we're on the same page, I use the word psyche throughout the video to refer to the psychological, emotional, or mental state of a person. This includes their thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, and emotions as presented through their individual levels. So you'll hear me say psyche, level, or mindscape somewhat interchangeably. Anyway, our first experience is here, Coach Oleander's mind. From what we can see, Coach Oleander appears to be someone whose mind is filled with thoughts of war, violence, and patriotism. We don't know much about Oleander yet, and that tends to apply for most of the characters whose mind we enter for the first time. It's only through exploring their minds that we come to understand who they are. And from what we can see of this mind, Coach Oleander seems to be very focused on his experiences from his military past. But how do we properly analyze what's present in a level, and extract a sense of the person's mind we're exploring from those details? One thing Psychonauts does brilliantly that I'll reference back to repeatedly is that every aspect of the game and what it presents to you has a purpose. Nothing in Psychonauts should ever be taken for granted. For example, if you look around the coach's mind, there are shrubs and barbed wire around the edges of the map, nothing out of the ordinary for a militaristic scene. But if you look closely, these are actually made up of bandoliers of bullets, stalks with commendation stars, dog tags, and other military-related imagery. And this imagery is present in every other aspect of the level as well. Giant combat knives line the pathways around, massive cannons and guns fire off into the distance, various rockets and missiles spew fire as they crashed into the war-torn Earth, and a graveyard of airplanes litter the skies, creating a series of obstacles for us to navigate through. These are only a few specific examples of all the various bits of imagery throughout the level, and describing all of it would take way too long. This is the level of detail we're going to see repeatedly throughout the various worlds within Psychonauts. But on the subject of imagery, another key part of Psychonauts are these glowing two-dimensional images throughout the various levels we explore. These are known as figments, referring to figments of one's imagination. These are a collectible that you use to level up your rank. Most of the collectibles in the game serve the same purpose, but I'll go into more detail about ranking up later. Figments are visual representations of concepts that appear in a person's imagination, and the figments we encounter are part of the set dressing of the current scene and tie directly into the environment we're exploring. For example, in Oleander's level, we can see figments of soldiers climbing ladders as we climb them, blimps around the sections of the map with war-blimp platforms, or even simple things like knives and these anti-tank hedgehogs. There are tons of figments in every level, around 1 to 200, so I won't be covering them all, but I'll point out some specific ones as they become relevant. Regarding figments, one complaint I have about the game that's actually come up every time I've picked it up and replayed it is how difficult it can be to actually collect these figments sometimes. The difficulty I'm referring to comes in the form of issues with the camera and depth perception. Very often, you'll come across figments in precarious situations or moving quickly through the level on a preset path, so you have to catch them at the right time. And very often, it's extremely hard to judge where in the 3D space these 2D images are. So you might think you're standing right where you need to be, but you aren't touching the figment at all, which can be extremely frustrating. I feel like this was remedied a bit in Psychonauts 2 due to the figments being easier to see and likely having slightly better hitboxes. But unfortunately, the bugginess of Psychonauts 1 is here to stay. Anyway, on the subject of collectibles, each level in the game has the same set of collectibles you need to get to 100% the level. 100%ing the level isn't strictly necessary, and usually impossible the first time you visit them, but you can return back to them later as long as you're not at the point of no return at the end of the story. Other than figments, you also have emotional baggage, which requires you to find a specific tag for the piece of emotional baggage you encounter. For example, this emotional baggage purse needs a specific purse tag to get rid of it. There are usually 5 of these spread around each level to be collected. Another extremely important collectible are these vaults that contain the memories of the person and give us background information about their past. There are usually 2 of these in every level. And the final collectible I'll mention for now are mental cobwebs. These represent areas of the mind that haven't been explored in a long time. We won't be able to acquire these without a special tool, so when we first encounter these in Oleander's level, we learn right away that replaying levels will be necessary if we want to do everything the game has to offer. There are around 3 to 5 of these in each level. So, those are all the collectibles at a high level. Now let's talk about an aspect of Psychonauts that really exemplifies its genius that I glossed over before. As I mentioned before, Psychonauts is a game where you shouldn't take anything for granted. The thing I absolutely adore about Psychonauts is how it cleverly handles the marriage between psychological concepts and themes, and direct gameplay mechanics and level design. I love that the collectibles of a person's level are figments of their imagination, or the emotional baggage that they've been holding onto that we have to help them resolve, or the mental cobwebs for areas of their mind that they leave untouched for long periods, or most importantly of all, the memory vaults that contain their most private and important memories. All of these concepts are very important and recognizable parts of each of our own minds. And these concepts are used in various levels of Psychonauts in creative ways that are often more complex and deep than our first impression can really give us. As I'll point out later, there are ways that even the physical placement of these collectibles within the level itself has psychological relevance to the character's mind. I've always been fascinated and interested in psychology. It's one of my major passions. So coming across Psychonauts as a kid and seeing the clever way they use these concepts in the game was really impressive, before I could even really articulate how or why. But now that I can, we can take a look at concepts like emotional baggage, for example. The emotional weight that we carry with us day to day that can have an effect on our mental state. Think of a time where you've been really frustrated with someone you love, and instead of telling them right away, you let that emotion bottle up inside of you and suddenly explode at them. Or maybe something really sad happened in your life, and at first you sort of just shut your emotions down and get on with things. Until suddenly one day you just burst into tears over something simple like losing your car keys. This is the concept represented by emotional baggage in Psychonauts. Literal baggage as a comedic play on words. But you can identify the baggage by the sounds of their crying as you're nearby. Psychonauts represents them literally as emotional baggage. Baggage that is emotional. And to resolve that emotional baggage within someone, you need to find the specific tag that helps resolve that specific emotional baggage. The way I like to think of the tags is, when you have unresolved emotions, you can't use the wrong solution to resolve that emotion. For example, you can't just go and work out, or eat a lot of food, or sleep, or play video games to make those emotions go away. Sometimes they still stick there inside of you because they're too intense or important for your mind to let go. So what are you supposed to do with these emotions? You identify them and bring them to light and allow yourself to feel and process those emotions to resolve them. This is an extremely common part of what therapy does for you and teaches you to do for yourself. And like a suitcase tag identifies and reveals something about the luggage, namely who it belongs to, the emotional baggage tag helps identify the emotional baggage the person has been holding on to and allows them to process and resolve the emotions contained within that baggage. Now, I don't know about you, but I find this analogy between real psychological concepts and game mechanics absolutely genius. And this is one of the more minor psychological metaphors Psychonauts plays with. The game is just dripping with this stuff. Cobwebs block away hidden parts of some levels, including memory vaults, indicating that certain memories have been buried in a person's mind, untouched, for a very long time, which can indicate significant psychological importance. Later, you'll see how figments in an area can represent something about the level around you that doesn't seem to fit within the surrounding environment, which represents the concept of one's imagination or thoughts being disparate from how they typically think. And most important of all are the memory vaults. These are literally little safes that walk around, and when you smack them, they open up to reveal a slideshow of a person's memories, typically focusing on one set of events or subject. These tell us very concrete details about the character and give us an insight into their backstory through the lens of their own perspective and memory. The mind is full of important memories that one can access at any given time, but the most precious and important memories of the person's life are hidden away in these safe places, these memory vaults. And as we see, these memory vaults may be out in the open for anyone to find, or hidden away to avoid painful memories. This is the genius of Psychonauts in a nutshell. But let's crack that nutshell open and see what we can find inside. With Oleander explaining some of these collectibles to us, and progressing our way past some basic platforming obstacles in the level, we eventually make our way to this point where we get a cutscene featuring Bobby Zilch, the camp bully, and Lily Zanotto, who we'll definitely get to know better later.
We can't get past this! This is stupid!
Looks like a test. There's probably a secret, more advanced route.
What's that supposed to mean? You think you're more advanced than me, new kid?
Sorry, what?
I'm not stupid. You're stupid. The coach is stupid. The whole camp is stupid. That thing flying at you is stupid.
What's flying at me?
Bobby Zilch's foot, that's what! You stupid new kid! Yeah!
Oh. Thanks for saving me.
Well, actually, I was saving this plant.
Never seen one so meaty before.
I have. It's been appearing in this creepy nightmare I keep having.
You're having nightmares? Oh, I've been reading about how to fix those. Will you let me see one?
No.
Well, alright then. We actually see a variety of meat and butchery-related imagery here and there throughout Oleander's mind, and Lily mentions it herself. Strange. Anyway, we leave Lily to her meat plant, and continue on past this blimp platform section, shimmy across under these cannons while Oleander projects an image to shit-talk us the entire time, climb up a wall of netting where other campers around us get blown to pieces, until we finally make it to the minefield section of the level. And here's where we find our friend Dogen, who we meet briefly after the first cutscene of the game. He's a bit of a weird kid who doesn't have the control to stop blowing up people's heads. Dogen is afraid of the minefield and its explosions, like the explosions caused by his own mind. But we're his friends, so we help guide him through to the other side, where he gives us our first psychic arrowheads. Arrowheads are the money currency of Psychonauts. You can find them outside in the real world, as well as in the mental world. I'll go into these more later when we can access the shop. Anyways, at the other end of the minefield is a pole with a flag of Oleander we need to raise up to continue into a giant metal head of Oleander. Okay. Heading inside, we find ourselves in the middle of a warplane with a nearby camper named Vernon, who has an obsessive compulsion to tell long-winded stories.
Stop and scratch. And then I bent down to tie my shoe, and then we walked 3 miles. And then we walked 2 miles.
Is there like a climax to this story?
Anyway, Oleander tells us to hit the door and fly out, despite us not having a parachute. Here we go, I guess.
We went to the and then I gave Lady a bone?
Well, at least he finally shut the hell up. Jumping out, we fall to a snowy area where the very enthusiastic Clem and Crystal cheer us on. We can certainly see how Raz feels about these two.
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
We'll never give up on you, Raz!
Anyway, here we learn the ground pound move, which lets us jump and attack in the air, slamming our psychic fist into the ground, and we activate a minigame within the level. In the various levels throughout the game, there are certain little secret activities or actions we can take to get rewards, usually in the form of permanent upgrades. So, we go ahead and complete this challenge and get our reward.
Good job, soldier. Now here's your reward.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. Just ahead through the gate is the first memory vault of the game, which Oleander willingly allows us to access by leaving it out in the open here for us. Punching the vault opens it up to reveal Oleander's pride. We see Oleander planting a flag, running through a war zone with soldiers and planes and explosions, jumping from a plane spraying bullets into enemies below, riding atop a torpedo shot out of a warship, giving first aid to an injured child with happy nurses in the background, and finally, an image of him saluting with warships, soldiers, and planes behind him as we see him in uniform decorated with tons of commendations. This is the aspect of Oleander's memories that he allows us to see. The prideful warrior fighting for his country across the various military branches. And it's no wonder, his entire personality is tied up in the concept of military principles and pride, and he demands the same from the campers. Heading forward after this, we encounter this thing. This little guy functions as a teleporter for the level. Each area of a level has one of these, and you can interact with them to teleport between the areas quickly. Unfortunately, there's little to no relevant information about this guy or how he actually fits into the world, but I really wish the developers had come up with a better way to integrate him into the psychology terminology theme that they were going for, but it is what it is. Anyway, the next part of the level is a bunker turret spraying bullets at us as we move from wall to wall to get closer to the end. And for whatever reason, nearby we see little bunnies wearing soldier helmets running around. We don't really know what the bunnies are about or why they're here, but we eventually make our way into the cannon and head through the opening at the top, which is one of the first times we have a weird perspective shift in the mental world. When you jump in, the entire gravity of the level shifts over. This is a common part of Psychonauts where the levels aren't beholden to the same laws and rules of the real world. It's important to remember that these levels are a person's mind, free to form itself in crazy, creative, and reality-defying ways. Anyway, heading through, we find our way to a wall of poles we have to swing up to get up to the top, and up there is a set of tight ropes that we have to climb to get even higher. And at the very top here, we encounter the first cobweb we see that is hiding something away from us. Like I mentioned, we don't have the right tool to deal with these yet, so if you want to see Oleander's second memory vault, we have to come back to this level later. Anyway, at the top here, we have a platforming section with swings and jumps and platforms that all end with a ride down a long rail to the last section of the level. All in all, this level is a series of teaching you the basic mechanics of the game, like I mentioned. Each of those different movement-based mechanics is presented to us one by one so we can become familiar with them, so in later levels they can be utilized in more difficult and creative ways. And at the same time, the developers have cleverly incorporated the mechanics directly into the theme of the level by using things like broken planes as platforms and turret barrels as poles to swing on. And this clever design is something we'll see repeatedly as we progress through the game. Heading into the next area, we come to a giant wood chipper where the pathway spins around us and requires us to navigate carefully around the ever-changing terrain, also reminding us again that the physics of the mental world can shift and transform in ways that defy logic. But once again, we make it through, and we finally come to the end of Oleander's training. Huh, well now what? Oh, look, a door.
Hold it right there, son! Now just what in the Sam Hill do you think you're doing in there?
I was just looking for a way out.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't think you'd get to the end so fast. Dang, I didn't think you'd get to the end at all. You surprised me out there, kid. Here, you've earned this. Your first Psychonaut Merit Badge. But I I'm always glad to see a soldier come back from the field alive. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go back in. I left some good men back there.
Way to make us look bad in there. You're in trouble now. Bobby Zilch ain't happy. You better watch yourself, Gogglelicious.
What's that, hair boy? You want a piece of me?
Hey, Brainiacs, settle down.
Why? You worried I'm gonna hurt your boyfriend?
No, because Sasha 9 is standing right behind you.
Your performance, young cadet, was outstanding. I'd like you to report to my lab for some advanced training.
Ooh, Raz the Spaz is gonna be in a special class. Benny, remind me to give him a special beating later, okay?
These tests are unauthorized, though, so I can't actually ask you to come. But if you happen to drop in, well, what could I do? Let me just give you this. Remember, your talent will always set you apart, Rasputin. Sometimes isolation is a good thing. It can lead to important discoveries.
Wait! I don't even know what your lab is! Is this some kind of test?
Sometimes isolation is a good thing. It can lead to important discoveries.
And now I'm hearing things. Great.
So, we finished up Oleander's course finally, and now the great Psychonaut Sasha 9 wants us to report to his lab for some special private training. He gives us this little button we need to enter his lab, but we don't even know where it is. Luckily, the game gives us a prompt, letting us know we can hold special key items and interact with NPCs to get some information from them about the item. So let's ask Coach Oleander about it. I'm sure he probably knows.
You know where this button is from, Coach?
Hey, you stole a button from the geodesic psycho-isolation chamber!
No, I didn't. Bobby Zilch gave it to me.
Should have known. That kid spends more time in the cooler than in school. Reminds me of myself when I was his age. Well, go put it back.
Yes, sir. Hey, Coach, where is the G?
Don't you know how to use your map?
Right, yes, sorry.
Okay, cool. So the game also introduces us to our map. Now's as good a time as any to talk about the game's menus. Pausing the game brings up the pause menu where you can save, load, and so on. Moving to the right opens a menu that shows all the collectibles in the current area we're in. The overworld and individual levels are broken into smaller parts that have their own list. So as you progress through a level to collect everything, make sure to reference this menu every time you change sublocations. The menu after that is our full completion totals. This shows our progress on all collectibles across all the levels, as well as our current psycards, cores, cobwebs, and so on. I'll explain what these all mean in a bit. Next is our current task list, in case we forget what our current objective is. After that is a list of all the game's cutscenes that we can rewatch anytime. And finally, at the very end, is the map of the camp. I rarely found the map to be useful, as the whole area isn't really that complex. So those are all the pause menus. If we use the D-pad, we can open up a more immediate menu system that does a few different things. Here, we can see any items we've collected that we can use, such as the button we just got. Some of the items only exist in the Mindscape levels, and others only in the real world. The next menu over is a list of all of our powers that we can swap between. As we progress through the game, we'll begin to unlock psychic powers that we can swap out as needed to 3 of our shoulder buttons for quick use. So, with all the menus out of the way, we can begin exploring the Whispering Rock Campgrounds. There's a variety of locations immediately accessible to us that we can look at before heading to meet Sasha 9. One thing to note about Psychonauts that I think is really important every time you finish a level, or even part of a level, you should always come back to the campgrounds and thoroughly explore again. Every time you progress the story, the various NPCs throughout the camp will have some interactions and dialogue that's easily missable if you don't go and talk to them before moving on. Most of these details are just to enrich the game with giving the other campers some character and letting us learn about them and their interactions with each other, much like the Campster.me site, so it isn't strictly necessary, but I do definitely recommend it. I won't go into great detail on the campers and their personalities, because honestly, there's around 20 of them, each with their own interesting backstories, quirks, and interactions with each other. So covering all that in detail would make this video even longer than it already is. And there's already plenty of videos on YouTube that already cover all this, so you can go and check those out. Anyway, there are a few areas to explore now. We have the kids' cabin where we currently are, the main campgrounds where the lodge, shop, and parking lot are located, the reception area where the intro cutscene of the game takes place and some bits of nature to explore, the boathouse and beach area, and lastly, the GPC and wilderness, which is primarily open woods with streams and trees, and this big thing, the geodesic psycho-isolation chamber. This is where Sasha waits for us to progress the story, but we should spend some time exploring around first before coming here. Like I mentioned, there are plenty of campers around that you can talk to and learn more about, but more importantly, there are lots of arrowheads, psi cards, and full psi challenge markers spread around the environments, so let's talk about those. You can find these floating psi cards around the various areas of the campgrounds. If you collect 9 of these and combine them with a psi core, you can create a psi challenge marker. A psi core can only be purchased at the shop, and when you use them to create a psi challenge marker, the marker raises your psi cadet rank by 1. You can think of your rank like Raz's level. As you level up your rank by collecting figments, turning in cobwebs, resolving all the emotional baggage in a level, and creating psi challenge markers, you'll unlock new psychic abilities, as well as automatic upgrades to your existing abilities. So I've mentioned the shop a few times now, and now that we have access to it, let's talk about it as well. The shop is inside the lodge in the main campgrounds area. Heading in, we can come up to the window where we can purchase a variety of items. First is the Cobweb Duster, the item I mentioned before that we use to gather mental cobwebs. This is the most expensive item at 800 arrowheads, so it'll take some time to acquire. Next is a Psi Energy Colorizer. This is a purely cosmetic upgrade that lets you change your energy color. Pretty expensive for what you get, in my opinion. After that is a Mental Magnet. It's a merit badge that pulls arrowheads, health, and ammo towards you. It's expensive at 400 arrowheads, but don't sleep on this one. It's really worth it. Especially in platforming sections where you're low on health and you see it go flying off the edge into the abyss. Below the Mental Magnet is the Dowsing Rod for 50 arrowheads. Arguably, this is the very first item you should get before anything else. This item lets you walk around the camp and collect arrowheads buried deep in the ground. When you pull out the Dowsing Rod, there's a chance for it to pick up deep arrowheads buried somewhere nearby, and you have to listen for the sound to see how close you are to their location. When you get close enough, you can spam the Y button and extract arrowheads, netting you anywhere from 20 to 200 arrowheads at one time. So yeah, definitely get this ASAP. Next is the Psi Cores I was talking about. These are always in the shop at 10 arrowheads apiece. Buy 1 for every 9 Psi cards and you can make the challenge marker. And finally, Dream Fluffs at 50 arrowheads apiece. These are basically like an extra life. When you reach 0 health inside the psychic world, it'll automatically be used to heal you to full health. It's basically like a fairy in a bottle from Legend of Zelda. And that's everything in the shop. At this point, we can explore around collecting Psi cards, talking to NPCs, and so on, but let's head down to the beach for an interesting little cutscene.
You have a water phobia? Me too!
Huh? No. Well, yes. My family has this problem with water. It's a bunch of hooey anyway. Some old gypsy curse about how we're all supposed to die in water. If you can believe that.
Oh! I thought it was about the whole thing with the brain-eating fish that walks out of the lake at night to hunt for victims. Well, see ya! Hey Raz. I saw you and Lily talking in the coach's class, and I was wondering, were you asking her to go with you?
What? No! I'm here to train. No distractions.
Excellent. Bye.
So, that's pretty interesting. Raz has a deep phobia of water, and attributes it to some curse on his family. This isn't really covered too deeply in the first Psychonauts, but the relevant thing we should take from this is Raz is unable to go in water. If we fall in the water at any point, the watery hand will reach up and try to grab us. So if we can't get out after a few tries, it'll grab us and pull us under. So we have to be careful around any water that isn't very shallow. Anyway, there's only one more thing around the camp that I wanted to talk about. If you've been exploring around, you may have come across something interesting in each of the areas of the camp. When we first start up the game, we get a brief tutorial from this old guy who tells us some of the basic controls. And as we explore around the different areas of the camp, we see him taking on the role of camp ranger, janitor, admiral, and chef that doubles as the shopkeeper in the lodge. This guy keeps popping up all over the place, but we don't really have any context for who he is, and he doesn't really say much beyond what you expect from whatever role he's currently taking on. Also spread around the camp in each of the areas are these hollow stumps. If you jump into them, you drop down into a weird rail track with a computer that asks you where you want to go. These basically function as your fast travel points in the camp if you want to quickly get to another area. But more importantly,
You finally made it.
It's an honor to finally meet you in person, sir. I thought I recognized you in my dream, but I couldn't be sure. Now that I see you in your element, there's no doubt. You're Ford Cruller, the greatest leader the Psychonauts ever had.
Well, you shouldn't believe everything you read in True Psychic Tales magazine.
So, the underground rail system will take you to Ford's Sanctuary, the headquarters room for Ford Cruller, the old man we keep seeing around the camp, and one of the greatest Psychonauts of all time, apparently. Speaking to him, he'll give you some info, but he'll also hand you a valuable item.
Don't worry, I'll be right here with you, inside your head.
My head?
Yep, I want to keep my eye on you, son, so I'm going to be a psychic stowaway inside your noggin. If you ever want to make me appear, you can do it with this special device.
Is that a piece of bacon?
Oh, yeah. I just love bacon. I smell that stuff and I can't help it. I drop everything and come running.
Okay. Do you have like a little baggie or something I could put this in?
You get a move on or I'll eat that right here.
So, anyway, you can pull out this piece of bacon anytime throughout the game to summon Cruller and ask him questions or get his input on the situation. It's interesting to get his perspective, but the function is mostly to help us if we ever get stuck. Anyway, in this area, you can speak to Cruller further to get a bit of lore information about the camp and world. As it turns out, the reason this camp is such a good location for training Psychonauts is due to the large deposit of Titanium ore underground, which is this purple mineral we see in the middle of the room. And it's also what makes the arrowheads we find around the camp so valuable. Natives of the land would take Titanium and fashion arrowheads, and with those relics left behind, they can be dug up for the Titanium value they provide. There's a whole history of the camp that you can read about on a giant stump in the parking lot of the park that goes into more detail, but we'll just skip that for the sake of time. Anyway, the real reason we're down here in Fort Sanctuary is so we can go below. Under this main platform are two machines, one that allows you to turn in your mental cobwebs for ranks, and another that lets you combine the psi cards and cores to make challenge markers. So anytime you collect more of either, you need to come back here to actually turn them in to rank up. The Sanctuary is also the place you return to when you reach a high enough rank to acquire a new ability, as marked by this symbol on the right of the screen. Coming back here will trigger a cutscene showing off your new psychic ability, and usually put you in a brief tutorial. So, with all the basics of the game world and mechanics available to us, let's head to the geodesic psycho-isolation chamber and see what kind of training Sasha 9 has in store for us. As we approach, we get a brief cutscene between Lily and Raz, where Raz mentions he feels like he was being watched, and he could smell something like pond scum. Weird. We'll just keep a mental note of that for now and move on. Heading up to the GPC, we can hear the whining and crying of one of the campers. It's pretty annoying, so let's set him free so I can actually hear myself think.
Thanks. I thought I was gonna have to eat my own arm.
After a brief cutscene, we can head back up. Using the button Sasha gave us here opens up a secret trapdoor, letting us into Sasha's secret testing lab.
I've been hearing a lot about head explosion, and I was wondering...
Science, Rasputin. That is what we practice down here, not parlor tricks. If you are serious about exploring the possibilities of your mind, step up to the brain tumbler, and we'll begin.
Brain tumbler?
So Sasha pulls out this gigantic, turbine-looking machine for us. I'm not sure what else to do with a giant complex psychic machine but stick my head in it, so let's go for it. Heading inside, we're brought into a fantastical hub zone for all the mental levels of the game. We can return back to this hub area to access these levels whenever we want. This hub area is cleverly referred to as the collective unconscious, which is a reference to a concept of the same name in Jungian philosophy. The collective unconscious of Carl Jung refers to the human race's shared unconscious structures, such as instincts and archetypes, things we as humans all inherently recognize but are often unaware of. In the case of Psychonauts, it plays with that concept a little and makes it more of a concrete concept of a place where all the minds of the game are accessible to each other in this space. As you progress through the story and unlock more of these levels, some of the doors will begin to open up. You could argue, in a sense, that as Raz interacts with these minds that are otherwise locked off to the collective unconscious, they become aware of the plot Raz is engaged in, and this collective space then begins to intermingle with their thoughts. It's kind of like how if you learn something new, there's already a variety of individuals who know what you just learned, and suddenly you're able to relate to them through the lens of this new connection, whether you realize it or not. Anyway, Sasha has set up a connection to our own mind here, referred to as the Brain Tumbler experiment. So, let's head through the door and learn a bit about the mind of Rasputin.
Rasputin, can you hear me?
Sasha? Where am I?
You are inside your own mind, but I'm not sure where. Tell me, what can you see?
I see a rundown gypsy caravan.
Do you recognize it?
Yes. It's where I was born.
I see. Compelling.
Looking around here, there's nothing but some figments, the caravan, and one of Raz's mental vaults. It doesn't tell us too much we don't know already. It just shows Raz and his family participating in the circus until someone hands him a pamphlet about the Psychonauts. And we see an image of his father tearing it up, causing Raz to run away from home to the camp. Anyway, looking at the caravan, we can see this weird TV static that doesn't really make much sense at the moment. All we can really do is head inside, where we immediately get stuck in a circular room of static.
What?
Well, only one real option here.
Keep it! Rasputin, are you okay? What do you see now?
I see a small, bunny-like animal thing.
An unfamiliar animal entity in a dream often represents a primal fear or memory. Follow it, and it should lead you somewhere important.
Check. Okay, Mr. Bun. You and I are gonna be tight. Wherever you go, I go. Like two peas in a... Hey! Come back here!
So, Raz's mind is one of the more unique levels in the game. We get a lot of very strange, disparate pieces of imagery scattered throughout the level. We pop out of a giant egg, and there are quite a few egg and bird-related figments nearby. In the level itself, though, there are these dark corridors of twisted branches and vines, some of which attack you, and massive tornadoes off in the distance. But here and there, we also see figments in parts of the terrain made up of various types of meat and bones. Man, what the hell is going on here? And then, following the white rabbit, we come to this.
Sasha?
What is it? Another bunny?
No, this is more of a super scary flaming-eyed demon kind of deal.
Oh.
What?
Okay, I'm pulling you out of there. Just give me a second.
Sasha?
Hold on, I'm still getting some unusual interference. It's fascinating, as if someone else...
Agent 9?
Sorry, almost ready.
Sasha!
That should not have happened. We need to try that again.
Oh, I don't think I need to be in the Tumbler with the glowy eye guys anymore.
Suit yourself. You know, in many tribal societies, learning to defeat the monsters you see in your dreams is considered a rite of passage. I can train you to fight. Come see me when you're ready.
So, yeah, not sure what the hell that was all about, but as we can see, the Brain Tumbler experiment is a level we'll have to return back to continue later. This is a more explicit introduction to the player that levels can and should be returned to. So at this point, we progress the story, even if just by a tiny amount. So if you want to fully experience the game, this is a reminder to go back out and explore the campgrounds again to see if anything has changed. There isn't really anything for me to cover for the sake of this video, so let's go ahead and talk to Sasha again. He mentions he's not really allowed to train us, but we could possibly get a marksman's learner's permit from Fort Cruller. He also mentions the hollow stumps to us for the first time, in case you never came across them on your own while exploring around the campgrounds. So we head down there, pick up the permit, and head back up to Sasha, where he brings us into his mind to begin our training.
Welcome to my mind.
Huh. It's so empty. I mean...
There's more here than meets the eye. but I've learned to keep it under strict control, and that's what I'm going to teach you. Control your feelings, your fears, your anger. You must learn to control them, focus them, concentrate them, and release them.
As therapy?
No, as firepower. Say something hideous and horrible jumps out at you. Something so disgusting that it simply must die. Oh, so tacky. I can't look directly at it. But I control those feelings. Focus them, concentrate, and release. And the world is a better place. Your turn.
So, to practice, he has us use our new psychic ability to shoot at some ugly lamps nearby. He also teaches us that we can target enemies and swap between them at will. This targeting mechanic can also be used to have Raz strafe and jump forward and backwards quickly, which will come in handy in some unique situations later. After that, Sasha summons a meter and a valve for some kind of machine that spits out these guys. As Sasha explains, these are sensors, one of the recurring enemies in the game that exists in the mind to look for thoughts that don't belong and delete them. These enemies are a cool mechanism that can really tell us a lot about a person's mind as we travel through the various levels of the game. And as the game goes on, we'll encounter stronger types of sensors in the later levels. But for now, Sasha wants us to just sit here and train on these little by little for...
3 weeks.
3 weeks? I only have a few days to earn all my merit badges and become a Psychonaut.
Yeah, I'm with Raz on this one. I'm not sitting here for 3 weeks shooting sensors. No way. Luckily, Sasha left this gauge nearby that allows us to increase the number of sensors coming out of the valve, so that should help out. So let's just crank this bad boy up a little bit and,
Uh-oh. Oh yeah, come to Papa.
Raz, what have you done? This is not control, this is chaos. I'll try to fix it. You stay here and keep the numbers under control.
Whoops. So, we have overloaded Sasha's mind a bit and caused some disruption to his otherwise very structured mind. From this point, we have to shoot the targets on these censorship valves to shut them down and get things under control. Once we're able to shut down all of the valves on all the sides of the cube while fighting off a bunch of sensors, everything should be resolved and taken care of.
That's it! I've completely blocked off all of Sasha's sensor outlets. I can't wait to tell him.
Young man, I hope you have learned a lesson here today.
Yes, I have. That shooting things is fun and useful.
No, that once you lose control of your own mind, it's very hard to get it back.
Yes, one's thoughts must be 100% controlled at all times.
Well, no. Actually, if you try to completely suppress your undesirable feelings, they'll build and eventually explode.
Oh, so, what would happen if you were to, say, completely block off all your sensor outlets?
Well, there would be a buildup of sensor energy within that would, eventually... Run, Rasputin. Very fast. You are my own creation. I command you to stop! Rasputin, it's time to earn your merit badge.
Wow, it feels like we're screwing up everything. So we go ahead and fight off this mega sensor, using our lock-on to jump backwards and keep distance, and fire our psychic energy at him. He'll summon some minor sensors around to help him, which you can easily take care of as they come at you. After fighting him for a while, you'll eventually take him down, completing Sasha's level and earning you the real Marksman's Merit Badge, allowing you to use your ranged ability from now on. So that's Sasha's shooting gallery at a high level. But there's a lot of interesting psychological themes being played around with here that we can explore further. As Sasha says himself when you first enter the level, his goal is to teach Raz about self-control. The first thing he teaches us is how to harness self-control over our emotions, thoughts, and actions to focus that energy into a positive result. In this case, a new powerful ability to shoot psychic energy at a distance. Sasha demonstrates this himself when he summons a lamp that elicits a strong emotion within him, then harnesses that emotion into firepower to blow it to pieces. Following his lead, we practice the new ability until he brings out the sensors, the mechanism of the mind that enables self-regulation and control. As we practice on a few, he then sets up an obstacle for us that causes us to feel a lack of control over our situation. He estimates it would take us 3 weeks of time fighting the sensors to earn our merit badge. But as Raz points out, we don't have that kind of time. So, after being forced with a difficult obstacle, instead of handling the situation the so-called right way, we instead decide to turn up the sensor gauge as a shortcut. And we notice we get the result we want. More sensors begin showing up. But why not even more? So we turn it up more, and more, until we're pumping out tons at one time. But giving up our sense of self-control, we want even more. So we flip the gauge to the maximum, causing chaos within Sasha's mind and an entire new situation to resolve. We've already experienced many forms of the theme of control in just a short few minutes. But now we have to help Sasha by closing off the valves throughout his level and regain control over his mind. Ultimately, we come to the final side of the cube and shut off the last of the valves when Sasha reappears, and we realize yet another lesson. That trying to control yourself 100% at all times can cause mental overload, which comes in the form of the Mega Sensor. And finally, in defeating the Mega Sensor, stable amounts of self-control are restored to Sasha's mind, and we've completed the level. But even more interestingly, as we find out later, if we return to his level later on in the game, we learn that Sasha set up this entire scenario in his mind purely to teach Raz some lessons and make him stronger. And this, I think, is a good point to bring up for how Double Fine has designed their game. I told you that you shouldn't take anything for granted, and in this case, we naively assumed that on our first playthrough of the level that we caused a major accident in Sasha's mind and we have to help him fix it. But in reality, if you consider who Sasha is, he's a powerful psychonaut who has mastered the art of self-control to the utmost degree. To assume that someone untrained could casually enter his mind and fully destabilize it is underestimating who he is. To be fair, we don't know the full details of Sasha and his history, but this gives us some context to realize that Sasha has such great control of his mind that he can control his own mind to manufacture this fake situation just to teach Raz a lesson without actually losing real control. Though he does admit that the Mega Sensor got a little out of hand, showing that he isn't perfect and still susceptible to issues like a normal person. So that's many layers of control. First, we learn to harness it for firepower. Then Sasha puts up an obstacle we have no control over, so we avoid self-control and break the rules. Then that causes chaos and we have to help regain control. But once we do that, we overdo it, teaching us that too much control is a bad thing. And finally, when we return to the level later, we learn that we never really had control over the situation anyway, but Sasha was the one who was truly in control of what was going on. Double Fine has done a fantastic job here of playing with the psychological theme of control through its gameplay. But that's only half the fun, because that doesn't really explain why Sasha is such a master of control, and why he's so concerned with teaching Raz this lesson. As we can tell from the first image we get of his mind, Sasha is a person who exhibits masterful, clean, and calculated mental control. This theme is reflected in the level's design, a giant black and white cube with careful geometric shapes floating in a vast space of consciousness. But also interestingly is all around the cube in the vast space, there's a variety of colored and abstract shapes. I think this could be represented as potential. There's only so much we can control mentally, and so the entire universe of Sasha's mind isn't just the cube, but it is the main focus. Sasha can't control the world around him, and he doesn't seek to, but instead the empty space of possibility floats around the cube, interacting with it and allowing Sasha to figure out how to fit that information into the structure he's built in his mind. But as we know, Sasha is still a human with the same emotions, thoughts, and feelings of a standard person. So as we progress through his level, we're exposed to the bits and pieces of what makes Sasha who he is spring forth from the cube itself, like a vault being opened to expose the most important parts of himself. In the first example of this, we see a giant bed pop up with toy blocks spread around the outside, indicating something of importance from Sasha's childhood. And we can verify that pretty easily as we see a vault running around on top of the bed that gives us the first concrete clue into Sasha's backstory and personality. Sasha's first loss. This vault takes the perspective from baby Sasha. In the first image, we see his baby hands outstretched towards his mother, holding a baby rattle above. In the next one, we see his mother feeding him some food as he sits in a high chair. Then we see Sasha being thrown into the air happily by his mother, with his stern father standing behind her. And then, we get a sad scene with Sasha's mother lying in bed peacefully, as his father leans over, holding her hand in distress. In the next, Sasha looks out through a window, his hand outstretched to his father, standing outside in the dreary rain over the grave of his mother buried by a tree. And the final image is of Sasha sitting behind the bars of his crib, playing with toy blocks with a picture of his deceased mother nearby, and his father in the background staring sadly out the window. This certainly gives us some insight into Sasha's tragic past, and can maybe help us piece together how he came to form the personality he now holds with such high importance. Looking at another side of the cube as we continue on, we see towers of shoeboxes, what I assume is shoe polish in cans, and measuring tape strewn about the scene. We don't have much context for this just yet, but let's move on to the final part of the cube. At the very end, we have this giant machine spraying fire that seems to be the primary source of the valves spraying out the sensors throughout Sasha's mind. But why a machine? And what's up with the shoes? The second vault we find in Sasha's mind shows up running around where we can't see it on another side of the cube when we swap to the shoebox side. Opening it, we see Sasha's second sight. This time, we see Sasha as a young man with his father working in a shoe cobbler workshop. Sasha holds up a picture of his mother to his father, inquiring about her, but his father just waves him off while he focuses on his work. In the next image, Sasha uses his psychic abilities to read his father's mind. He sees a happy image in his father's mind of his mother holding him as a baby. Wanting to learn more, Sasha continues probing, seeing his father imagine her as a bright and shining angel. But Sasha digs too deep, and he sees a memory of his mother and father having sex, causing Sasha great distress, obviously. And in the final two images, we see Sasha stop reading his father's mind and ultimately decide to leave home and head out on his own with a distressed look still stuck in his eyes. So as you can see, the developers have utilized these vaults in a way that gives us some real, deep context into the various minds we interact with. This is a great example of the kind of information we wouldn't really have otherwise, but fits perfectly into what makes Sasha who he is. Sasha is someone who grows up with only his father, a man who we only have limited information about. But I have a theory that I think Sasha's obsession with control starts here. In Sasha's vaults, we typically see his father with a stern, guarded expression. And the one time this changes is in the death of Sasha's mother, where we see his father holding her hand at the bedside or staring distraught over her grave. As we see in his later years, his father is still showing his standard, stern face. And presumably, this is the image his father takes on in most of his life, judging by what we saw of him as a baby before his mother's death, still holding that same stern expression. So it's possible that Sasha at some point began to associate any emotion with the memories of his father and the trauma of his mother dying in his infancy. But that likely wouldn't be enough to make someone hyperfixated on self-control. So in Sasha's second sight, we see him decide to exhibit the same lack of self-control that Raz does by breaking the rules to get what he wants. So, he decides to read his father's mind to learn about his mother in more detail, but crosses a line he didn't intend to, causing him intense distress enough to the point to leave home. And then, this next part is a bit less concrete, but if we look at the final portion of Sasha's level, we have a giant machine in control of the sensor valves that we had to take care of. Around here are various figments of blue-collar workers and gears around the machine. Some people seem to speculate that Sasha leaves home to go work at a lamp factory. I'm not sure how canonical that idea is, but we can at least see there's some aspect of machinery and workers that fits into the themes of his mind. So let's just roll with that idea for a minute. If he did go and work at a lamp factory, I think there are a few things we can learn about him. For one, when we first enter, he talks about the ugly lamps that pop up and blows them to pieces. And we also see a similar style of Tiffany lamp near his mother's bedside as she passes away, his first memory of this traumatic event. Whether or not he actually worked in a lamp factory, we're not entirely sure of, but he definitely has some mental association between these Tiffany lamps and the traumatic event from his past. And if we assume he did go and work in a lamp factory, I think that might be the place where he really learned to harness his ability of self-control. When you work in a hard, manual labor job, you often have to learn to deal with hard situations outside of your control that you may not necessarily want to be in. And if he did work in such a place, he likely grew into maturity through his time here. And judging by the figments in his mind, he also likely had a number of coworkers that he learned a lot from. So while these lamps may remind him of his past trauma, he learned how to regulate his emotions while working directly with them in the setting of the lamp factory. Then, for the rest of his life, Lamps may still bring up those negative emotions through association, but Sasha has learned control over these emotions for his own gain. So, Sasha is exposed to the idea that lack of control of one's emotions are tied to distress from his father. Then he learns the lesson that lack of control of one's actions can have negative results from the memory of reading his father's mind. And finally, through his time at the lamp factory, and with the two previous things in mind, he learns that if he harnesses his self-control for his own good, he can overcome the trauma of his past. Of course, this is all assuming that the lamp factory even is canonical. And so that leads us to the Sasha of today, a man with powerful psychic abilities heightened by this intense mental control, earning him the well-deserved rank of Psychonaut. And the developers are able to provide all of that rich depth in like 15-20 minutes of gameplay, and this is far from the most complex level in the game. So, with our merit badge earned and Sasha's level covered, we can explore the camp a bit more again before heading back into the Brain Tumbler experiment for part 2. So we head back in and up the path back to where the giant glowing face attacked us last time. But now we're prepared, so we go ahead and blast it away with our new marksmanship ability. Well, that was uneventful. As is the rest of the level for the most part. It's mostly just more of the same, with the brambles and meat scattered around. But we start to see some sensors show up as we go. So we beat them down and continue until we reach this point.
Little boy, I am sorry to say that you have a very serious mental problem. The trouble originates in this area. Here. The area that we in the medical profession like to refer to as the brain. You see, son, it's just no good. I hate to be so blunt, but you have the insanity of a manatee.
I know. People are always saying that. What do you think's wrong with my brain, Doctor?
How should I know? I'm a dentist. But here's what I do know. If a tooth is bad, you pull it.
But my teeth are fine.
Yep, mad brain's got to come out, boy. It's the quickest way to cure what you've got. Insanity of the mind.
But I don't wanna.
Shh. Now hold still. This will only hurt until your brains come flying out.
Get back! No!
Well, things really just escalated all of a sudden. So now we have this giant tower spiraling up above that we have to climb and rescue Dogen from having his brain sucked out. But this is supposed to be Raz's mind, so what's going on here? If we look nearby, there's a vault that should be able to give us some context as to what's going on. This vault is called The World Shall Taste My Eggs. Okay. So we see some eggs sitting under the sun. Okay, the egg hatches. Yep, now there's a bird walking around. That is how eggs work usually. And the bird meets a fish. Sure, I guess. Okay, and now the bird is riding the fish. So the bird gets dropped off at an amusement park by the fish, and oh, he's riding and spinning teacups. That's nice, I guess. And the birds are shooting laser beams from their heads and killing people. So yeah, that didn't really help us much at all. No clue what's up with that right now, so let's just climb up the tower and see what happens.
There's no way to get any higher.
You must use your levitation power.
I don't know how to levitate.
Well, we don't have the ability to levitate, but luckily we do have the foremost expert on psychic levitation around. One of our other camp counselors, Milla Vodello. But before we go to visit her, we can explore around the camp and get quite a few NPC interactions before heading down to the beach where class is being held. And as we do, we get this cutscene.
Dogen, are you okay? I had the strangest machine-induced dream about you.
TV?
Well, first of all, Sasha 9 invited me down to his secret lab, and...
TV?
He's completely brainless. The dream was true. Dogen, don't worry. I know where your brains are. They're in... like this crazy dream thorn bush straitjacket tower place.
Hacky sack.
You go to the TV lounge. I'm on the case. I just need a little more advanced training to prepare.
Yeah, so it turns out it isn't just a dream. Dogen really has lost his brain. The plot definitely does thicken. So we should probably hurry and get to Milla's class. Using the oarsman's badge that Sasha gives us, we can head over to Admiral Ford to gain access to a boat to reach Milla and the other kids out on a platform in the middle of the lake. Riding over there, we get these cutscenes.
There she is.
And there you are, darling.
Don't worry, I got in contact with your father and he's going to be here tomorrow to pick you up.
My father?
Oh, gotta go. The race is starting.
Lily!
Oh, hey Raz. Listen, I made you something. It's kind of stupid, but...
They stole Dogen's brains!
No, he's just like that.
I had a nightmare where this mad scientist guy said he was gonna take them out, and...
Was it a creepy-looking freak with a shower cap and a stainless steel, three-pronged claw?
Hey, that's my nightmare.
So it's not just me.
But how? And why all the meat?
I don't know, but I think it's time I find out where this is coming from. Let's rendezvous tonight at the old boathouse for debriefing.
This is so cool!
Yeah! It feels like that time in True Psychic Tales 314 where... Shut up!
Man, I wish I could show you all the cutscenes in this game, because they're just so good. But anyway, let's head on into one of my absolute favorite levels in the game, Milla's Dance Party.
Look who made the scene.
Agent Vodello? Where are you?
On TV, of course. Where I was always meant to be. I mean, look at my hair, darling. How can hair this fabulous not be on TV? Now, darling, the best way to learn levitation is to just try it. I'm going to give you a levitation learner's permit. It will only work while you're in my mind. After you finish my course, I'll give you the real thing, baby. First, you gotta show me you know how to use it.
Hell yeah, dude. 70s Disco Party is my fucking jam, and the music for this level is an absolute bop. The music for Psychonauts overall really fits the themes of the levels well, but in my mind, this one stands out above the rest. And even better, we get a new movement ability that honestly makes a huge difference to how Psychonauts plays as a 3D platformer. We gain the levitation ability, which lets us summon a ball of psychic energy to roll around quickly and bounce to higher places than we can normally access. And along with that, we can now summon the ball above us while jumping to safely float down to other places. Milla's level is entirely designed around the idea of teaching you how to use your new levitation ability. There's a variety of weird rooms with lots of platforming and verticality that gets you to ride and bounce up through rings, jump onto platforms in order, bounce around on these bumpers, and float with these fans to get you to higher places. And your goal is to simply progress from start to finish, where Milla awaits at the end to hold her dance party for anyone who can make it there. Along the way, we can see the other campers practicing their levitation abilities and dancing with some NPCs of Milla's mind, which don't just take on the form of figments in her mind, indicating that these are some part of her real personality. Talking to them, though, they basically just tell you to dance or party, which I'm down with, to be honest. Anyway, at one point, we eventually come to this rotating platform with 4 different hazards around the pole leading up and out. Milla uses this to teach us that when we're levitating, we're protected from any hazards on the floor, which is good to know. But wait, I remember Milla mentioning that a race was about to begin. I don't see any...
Ready? Get set? Go, baby, go!
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this section is a total blast to run through. Your goal here is just to be as fast as possible and beat Bobby, Clem, and Crystal in a race. And as long as you don't hit anything and stop outright, you should be able to beat them no problem. There's a variety of different paths to take, some leading up into tubes above the main track, and others leading to side paths wrapping around towards the end. And the track is fit with lots of figments, jumps, boosts, and obstacles all over the place. Since there's such variety in the path you can take in the track, you definitely won't get all the figments your first time through. And honestly, there is a downside to this that I'll point out. The figments don't really have a strong outline that makes them easily visible, and the track is so bright with color that if you don't really take it slow and explore each path, you can easily miss figments right in your view. I ended up having to rerun the track a few times to finally 100% this level, which is honestly a bit of a pain in the ass. But luckily, like I mentioned before, the pause menu tells you exactly how many figments are missing in this area, so you can at least see how many you're missing. But anyway, there's not much more to this level besides going through all the various obstacles I mentioned to finally reach Milla at the end of the level. And at the end here, you get to join in her dance party and get the levitation merit badge. Nice. But this level, like Sasha's, is once again hiding more beneath the surface that we just gotta talk about. By all appearances, Milla is an absolute joy of a person who has a caring and kind instinct and love of television, parties, and so on. But Milla isn't any more of a one-dimensional character than anyone else in Psychonauts, so what's her deal? Well, one of the vaults we come across out in the open is called Milla's Adventures. So we get an image of Milla standing next to Sasha. We see them taking out an evil bad guy and stopping a ticking time bomb, hanging around in a fancy ballroom, all dressed up with disguises. Milla levitating and attacking a helicopter that's shooting at her while holding people hostage in a cage below. There's one of Milla and Sasha riding a boat chasing after a pair of bad guys, and another of Milla floating down into some kind of vault to rescue the president's brain, and yet another with Milla and Sasha jumping from an exploding building. And finally, a sweet picturesque image of Milla landing on Sasha and sharing an intimate look. Kind of feels like we're seeing something that we shouldn't, but it is nice to get some info on her and Sasha's interesting relationship. But this isn't quite what I was looking to learn about her, so when we go into the second vault of Milla's mind, this one's hidden away earlier in the level behind a figment of a jukebox in a little side room. As soon as we enter, Milla mentions that this room isn't any fun and suggests we leave. There's not much in here, but we can see a handful of figments of children around the room, a toy box in the corner, and a memory vault waiting to be opened. So let's see what this is about. Milla's children. So we go back in time to an image of a much younger Milla reading a bedtime story to a group of children. In another, we see her feeding the children, patiently standing in line ready to get their food. And another of her playing piano and singing with the children, with another woman dressed similarly to her standing in the background. And then we get this image. Milla holding bags of groceries as she approaches the building completely engulfed in flames. And in the final image, we just see Milla holding her head as fire and the screams of children completely surround her in her mind. So, as we come to find out, there's so much more to Milla than is immediately obvious. She holds a deep and horrific trauma from her past that still clearly occupies a place in her mind. When she was younger, she worked at an orphanage that unfortunately caught fire when she was away, causing her to experience intense guilt and trauma that she carried with her for a long time. If we go ahead and open the toy box nearby, she immediately tells us that we don't want to go in there, but we're going to do so anyway to see what else we can learn. Jumping down, we're trapped in a fiery circular cage surrounded by these weird creatures. Milla asks what we're doing down there and says we're lucky she has her nightmares under control, which is what these creatures behind the bars represent. She mentions these nightmares can cause lots of pain and asks us to return to the party and continue through the level. As she stops talking, we can hear many layers of whispers all at once surrounding us, and with subtitles we can see these are the voices of the children asking Milla for help, asking where she is and why she let them die. But after that, we can simply jump out and continue on with the level. And it never really comes up again at any point, it just serves to teach us about Milla's past and what makes her who she is. But why doesn't it come up again? Why isn't her mind filled with thoughts and images of the twisted and haunted memories of the children who perished in the fire? Why is it instead a 70s disco party where levitation and fun is the main goal? Well, Milla surely did suffer immensely from that trauma for quite some time after it happened. As she mentions, the nightmare she has hidden away can cause a lot of pain, which she's clearly saying from personal experience. And as she also mentions, she's learned to gain control over those nightmares and lock them deep away in her mind where they don't affect her. But that isn't something you just do overnight, and it likely took her a very long time to work through and overcome that intense trauma. From what it seems, she likely took the extreme opposite reaction to her pain by focusing intensely and purely on positive emotion, explaining her entire demeanor and the dance party she's constructed in her mind. At every step, Milla's concern is about having a good time and making sure you have a good time as well. Her entire level is based around levitation, which represents the removal of weight of intense emotion and pain, and instead provides the light, carefree feelings of happiness. She stays away from intense emotions and conflict, but at the same time, when you explore that part of her mind, she doesn't overreact. Milla, like Sasha, is an example of someone who's had a painful traumatic experience from their past, but eventually learned how to use healthy techniques to heal from those very difficult emotions. More than likely, Milla took on this happy persona as a coping mechanism to deal with her intense pain, but likely did so initially in a way that never really helped resolve her issues. This kind of thing can be very common with those who have some form of depression, where they exhibit as much positivity as they can externally to mask the deep feelings of sadness or pain that they feel within themselves. But over time, Milla had to do the same thing that everyone else has to do in these cases. Recognize those emotions and work through them, rather than hide or mask them. Notice that she doesn't say she no longer has the nightmares, she says that they're under her control. At some point, she learned to process these intense emotions, and though they still occupy a place in her mind off the beaten path, they aren't buried deep, deep down within her, completely inaccessible, nor are they totally taking up the structure of her mind. At this point, Milla has fundamentally become someone who really does want to be happy-go-lucky, instead of someone who just fakes it like she used to. She's fully integrated this happy person into her real identity, while still holding on to the reality of her past. But her focus is on other things now, like the fond memories she shares with Sasha 9, and continuing her love of taking care of children as she did during her days in the orphanage. These details about Milla's past give us an insight into how a person can integrate a coping mechanism into their life in a healthy way. And consider this too. How do you think you might feel if the children you cared for suddenly burned alive in a horrific fire? Do you think you'd be able to look at children the same? Be around them? How about teaching them and interacting with them directly? I, for one, am not so sure. I think it would be very expected for someone to have gone through this to be extremely overprotective of children, or maybe even avoid them. But that isn't what we see with Milla at all. Milla shows us what can be achieved if the brutal and painful parts of our past become integrated into us. If we learn to face the complicated and intense emotions of our past and come to accept them. If we learn that our past doesn't have to shape our present or our future. If we learn that we can become like Milla, someone who has gone through the fires of horrific tragedies of her past, but still came out the other side as a beacon of light to all those around her with her kind, caring, and joyous personality that draws everyone in. Then, and only then, can we finally become the same beacon of light to those around us, by fully becoming who we were destined to be. Not someone who's free from a past of pain, but someone who can harness that pain, and become so much more. But it takes damn hard work, as we'll see later in the game, from the minds of those who are still working through their pain. So, let's continue on so we can learn exactly who I'm talking about. Now that we have our levitation merit badge, we can continue on into our final foray into the brain tumbler experiment. Heading back inside, we can climb back up the Thorney Tower in the midst of Raz's dream, and use our levitation ability to get past this weird, rancid meat obstacle, and ride our way to the top to save Dogen.
Why are you screaming? All right, I remember. Oh, good boy. There's that pesky brain. Here's a tissue. Now, don't you feel better, my dear lad?
TV?
Of course! Right here! And this bad tooth, we'll just drop it in the old garbage chute. Now don't you solid foods for 6 hours!
Lily!
TV?
Damn, they didn't just get my homie Dogen, they also got our girl Lily. Yeah, I can't stand for this, so let's follow Dogen's brain down the chute and get it back. In the cutscene, we see Dogen's brain land in a small room made up of blueprint sketches. A claw comes down from the ceiling, grabbing Dogen's brain and putting it into the giant war tank shown on the blueprint, and we're quickly thrown into a battle with the machine, powered by Dogen's mind. For this battle, we have to utilize a combination of our new abilities. The tank throws confusion grenades at us that swap around all our controls for a short period, so we have to avoid those. The best way to do this is using our new invisibility power to hide from the tank and then wait for it to stand up on its hind tracks, exposing its weak point on the underside. Then we can shoot it with our marksman ability, knocking it over so we can wail on it with melee attacks. After a few cycles of doing this, we beat the tank, causing it to explode and freeing Dogen's mind. But we're not done just yet. Dogen's brain is still contained within a capsule that we have to break it free from. It'll shoot a beam in a circle like a radar that we have to jump over as we get close to beat on it with melee. It'll also throw confusion grenades and is immune to being shot, so we can use invisibility to get close, avoid the beam, and beat on it until we win. And as we finish the battle, we get pulled out from the blueprint fight to reveal a master plan of world domination marked out, and the remainder of the cutscene.
Or both. Wait a minute.
Rasputin, I'm sorry. I had to abort the experiment. Something unbelievably urgent has come up and I must leave immediately.
I know! You'll never believe—
Hold that thought. In a rush. Official Psychonauts business.
Wait! So is this! Official Psychonaut, eh? You forgot your—
Just as the cutscene finishes, we learn that the blueprints were being held behind a curtain in the White Rabbit room we saw in Oleander's mind at the beginning of the game. And as we find out as well, the brain tumbler experiment was actually taking place in Oleander's dream. This explains a lot of the extremely weird behavior that hasn't had any explanation so far, such as the White Rabbit in our dream, and why we see images of meat and butchery in both Oleander's level as well as the brain tumbler experiment. It turns out, sometime after we complete his level the first time, and progress to the other ones, we can see Oleander fall asleep next to a radio broadcasting throughout the camp. This is normally manned by Chloe, one of the campers who's obsessed with space and aliens. But as we run around the camp throughout the game, we can hear Oleander making noises and talking in his sleep through the intercom system throughout the park. We can also find Lily sitting by the speakers where she mentions she's listening because something coming out of them reminds her of her nightmares. So, as it turns out, Oleander has been broadcasting his dreams in his sleep, which explains the issue with the brain tumbler experiment, as well as showing up in Lily's dreams. So, Coach Oleander is plotting to steal the brains of the campers at Whispering Rock Summer Camp and utilize them in war machines in a plot to take over the world. But let's actually see what we can hear Oleander say in his sleep after speaking with Lily.
Careful with the eggs. Go, Easter Bunny. Be careful on the way home. Don't drop the eggs under the water. Give the eggs to you-know-who. Put those eggs in their holders. They'll all see. See how pretty my eggs are.
Well, a lot of that's very weird, and we're getting a bunch of mixed concepts, some of which will make sense later, but others that we can look at now. In particular, he mentions getting eggs and taking them somewhere and not dropping them in the water. These are code words for Oleander's plans to take brains, rather than eggs, somewhere related to water. And this all lines up with what we saw in that bizarre vault in the brain tumbler experiment, where the fish takes the chick across the water, and suddenly in the amusement park, they begin to use psychic powers to fry everyone. This is a weird, dreamlike analog of what Oleander's plans are. So, with Sasha and Milla gone somewhere, we have no choice but to take care of this ourselves. At this point, the day has turned to night at the camp, and while we can continue to explore it like usual, it's a lot more dangerous at night. Bears and cougars with psychic abilities gained by the titanium deposit beneath the earth will attack you with telekinesis and pyrokinesis, so you have to be pretty careful. Anyway, there's not really much to do other than head down to the beach to meet with Lily, so let's do that.
Bobby! Uh-oh. Look, I can explain.
TV. TV.
Jeez, it sounds like you caught a bad cold.
Maybe. But listen. I traced the psychic interference back to Coach Oleander's radio. He's been broadcasting his insane plots all over camp in his sleep.
So he's really kidnapping children and stealing their brains to make weapons.
Yes! Isn't that great?
What? How is that great?
Because this is an honest-to-goodness psychic emergency.
And Sasha's not here. He left on some official Psychonauts business.
Milla left a note saying the same thing.
Lily, a deranged madman is building an army of psychic death tanks to take over the world, and there's no one who can stop him, except for you and me.
Oh my god! Let's make out!
What?
Sorry, I'm just so excited. Since you showed up, Raz, things are so much more exciting. Sinister death plots, mad scientists, hideous monsters.
Make out?
How long have I ignored what this camp had to offer? Everything's new to me now, thanks to you. I mean, look at this flower.
You mean like kiss?
How many years have I been coming here and I've never even noticed a cool flower like this before? Oh no! You didn't just hit my boyfriend!
Lily!
Well, that face is certainly familiar. This is the same face we saw in our dream, indicating that this is likely tied to Oleander's plot in some way. This giant lake monster has been mentioned occasionally by Raz and the other campers throughout the game as some sort of superstitious camp rumor. But as we know now, the damn thing was real, and has been stealing the campers' brains away for Oleander's grand scheme. So, we need to take the camp's bathysphere, you know, totally normal for a summer camp of course, and ride down to the bottom of the lake to save Lily. This next sequence is a battle between Raz and the giant lungfish using our psychic abilities in the real world for the first time. And given Raz's water curse and phobia, this is a marked point in his journey to overcome a great enemy using everything that he's learned, all while being forced to face his greatest fear: water. The entire battle takes place under Lake Oblongata in a big air bubble caused by the lungfish. It shoots out random junk and objects at you, dealing damage before sucking it all back in and spitting it out again. Some of the junk that's spit out are sea creatures we can attack for health or ammo, but more importantly are these crates of tacks. We can break these just as the lungfish is sucking up all the air, which will deal damage to it. After bringing the lungfish down to about 1/5 of its health, the next phase of the fight gets triggered. This part of the fight I find pretty interesting and unique. The entire sequence takes place from the perspective of the lungfish chasing Raz. And as the air bubble moves around us, we try to maneuver through a field of broken down ships and other structures underwater. This is less of a fight and more of a platforming section. But I like the way the developers utilize an entirely unique camera perspective to make it a lot more interesting. If Raz touches the water, like usual, the cursed hands will reach out and grab him. So you have to maintain balance between going just the right speed and overcoming obstacles to make it through without touching the walls of water around you. We eventually reach a point where we fight the lungfish again in the same way as the first phase, hitting boxes filled with tacks to deal damage, and then go through another sequence of this platforming section again. And once we've done all of that, we finally arrive at the final location of the battle. But this time, the lungfish comes into the bubble of air and chases us down, swinging its angler at us to deal damage. It's immune to all forms of damage, so instead, you have to get it to swing its angler near one of the various clams around to trap it, so you can beat it up with melee. Repeat this process a few times and you'll eventually defeat the monster of the lake.
Ah, poor little thing.
That poor little thing just tried to kill me about 8 different ways.
Well, that's not its fault. This was once just a normal-sized lungfish, minding its own business in a mucus-lined air bubble beneath a semi-dry lake bed. But judging by the work done on it, I suspect Maury has mutated it, accelerated its growth, and has placed an implant in its brain to make it do his evil bidding.
Whoa. Poor little thing.
Yeah, go inside there and try to smash the implant. Use the psycho portal I saw you steal from Sasha's lab.
Oh, yeah. That works on big scary monsters?
Oh, monster schmonster. That thing's more afraid of you than you are of it. Now get in there!
So, this will be the first time we use our psycho portal to enter the mind of someone, or thing in this case, outside of the courses provided for us by the summer camp. So let's see what awaits us in Lungfishopolis.
Top of the morning to you, ma'am.
And good day to you, Officer Lungfish. How are you today?
Oh, damp and happy, can't complain. And what are you and the wee one up to on this lovely day?
Oh, just obeying the law as always. All posted directives followed to the letter.
Ah, good to hear. Not a one of us want any trouble, that's for sure. Ah! Oh, Gagalo!
So, yeah, this level's a pretty weird one, but there actually are a lot of clever and interesting themes at play here, so we'll get into those later. In this level, we play as a giant version of Raz, wandering around a city fighting off military forces, all with the goal of finding the radio control tower Oleander planted here to control the lungfish's mind. The citizens of Lungfishopolis run around in fear of us, calling us Goggalore, but we quickly run into some citizens who have a very different perspective from the rest of the population. There's a rebellious faction of Lungfish within the city wearing these blue headbands, who have become aware of the control Oleander has placed over the population. Meanwhile, Oleander takes on the role of Cochamera, a superhero-like entity that protects the city and keeps it safe, until we, Goggalor, come in to ruin everything. But the rebel faction knows that Cochamera is responsible for brainwashing the populace and enlists our help to stop it. These guys serve as a guide for how to navigate the city and make our way to the broadcast tower to stop Cochamera's influence. First, there's a large tunnel guarded by lasers that we need to pass through to go further into the city. So our first goal is to free the rebels in a nearby prison so they can work together to help us. After we free them, they give us a useful new ability, a psychic shield. This will be necessary to help us fight off the military forces of this level. And speaking of the level, it has a very interesting and unique playstyle compared to the rest of the levels in the game. Since we're a giant version of ourselves, we have a certain weightiness to us that makes Raz move a lot slower, but deal destructive damage to any buildings or enemies we come across. So, as we progress through the level, we can climb skyscrapers to obtain collectibles, fight off military forces, and destroy buildings to regain health and ammo. And sticking with this sort of kaiju Godzilla theme, at random points in our progression, we'll get these sudden news feeds that pop up.
The destruction and terror continue as the hulking, godless child beast carves a bloody swath through our helpless city. Our noble, all-volunteer Navy has been surprised only by the senseless lust for mayhem that seeps from the twisted black lump of a heart in this creature, still known only as Goggalor. Though it loathes violence in all its forms, the Navy has no choice but to activate its anti-monster turrets, which it guarantees are 100% monster-proof. Not get caught stealing children.
And this is where our new shield ability will come in handy. These lasers do a lot of damage, so as we approach the trucks, we can put our shield up, allowing us to get closer and do melee damage to destroy them. And another fun bonus is if we get close enough to the tanks, we can pick them up and throw them at each other. So they really went all in on the concept of tying the mechanics of the level to the overall theme, rather than have Raz function exactly the same, but just look big. And with that as well, there are parts of the water around the map that are shallow to Raz, which means it doesn't cause his water phobia, so we can walk around freely. But anyway, now that we have the shield ability, we also have a means of getting through the laser tunnel that was blocking our path before. We can shield up as we enter, causing the lasers to fire back at the tunnel and destroy it. In the next area, our goal is to free some more prisoners who move a blimp near a giant dam wall where the rest of the level takes place. Up here in the next section of the level, we fight our way through a long stretch of city, fit with military tanks, trucks, and airplanes dropping bombs from up in the sky that we need to use our ranged attack to take down. Eventually, we make our way to the last section of the level, a rail system leading to Cochamera Island, where the broadcast tower awaits. And as we finally arrive...
Hey everyone! Here comes Cochamera!
So, yeah, Oleander has made himself into this absurd superhero for the city of Lungfishopolis that we need to get rid of. He has a handful of abilities we need to watch out for and wait for the right opportunity to deal damage to him. He telegraphs all his attacks by yelling them out like a fucking anime character, so it's pretty easy to respond to them. He'll eventually land on the ground and begin fighting us with hand-to-hand combat, and it's best to stay away from him until he gives an opening. After repeatedly avoiding his attacks and attacking when he's open, we can finally take him down. And all that's left to do now is climb the broadcast tower nearby and finally free the Lungfish from its mind control.
Fine. Take control of this freaky toad. I don't need him to nab children for me anymore. I've got the brain of a little girl back in my lab that's strong enough to power a whole army of psychoblaster death tanks. Huh? What?
You've got the brain of a little girl.
I said in my lab.
I think you've got the muscles of a little girl, too.
Good one.
And so, we've completed Lungfishopolis. Now, let's talk about some of the themes at play here, because I think they're very unique compared to the rest of the levels in the game in a really cool way. While it might seem at a glance that there's no real way to look at the psychology of a lungfish and realistically compare that to a human being, I think the themes that the developers chose to explore here makes a surprising amount of sense. Lungfishopolis is a level that deals with themes of society and collective, rather than an individual. The Lungfish's mind takes on the form of a collective of citizens who are under the influence of Oleander's brainwashing, with some forming rebellious enclaves who have broken away from that mental programming. But first of all, why does the Lungfish's mind take on the role of a society and city? Well, I think there's actually a clever handling of animal psychology mixed into the themes here. For one, fish are very often represented in collectives, schools of fish that swim together in patterns of shared behavior. This is often done as a survival instinct. It's a lot easier to be eaten by a predator as a singular target. And as Ford himself says,
"Oh, monster schmonster, that thing's more afraid of you than you are of it. Now get in there!"
And we see that exemplified in the representation of Raz in the Lungfish's mind, as a giant monster roaming around the otherwise comfortable and structured city, causing chaos and destruction. This is the key instinct of a prey species animal's psychology. So Double Fine has already taken themes of animal psychology and the collective and turned it into something we can explore from a more human relatable perspective. The society of Lungfishopolis is made up of individuals under the influence of not only an explicit mind control in the form of the broadcast tower and implants in the Lungfish's mind, but also implicitly in how that influence radiates out through propaganda. As we make our way through the city, news broadcasts pop up, narrated by Coach Oleander himself, used to propagandize against the evil menace of Goggalore. In one of these examples, we get the chyron, famous child star hates Goggalore.
Popular sitcom Trouble in the Bubble, Buddy Finn. Buddy, what's your take on the Goggalore situation? Is he just misunderstood? No way! I hate Goggalore. I can't imagine any one of my fans siding with the monster. He hates everything lungfish care about. Air, water, family, the economy. Buddy, you'll be happy to know that the Navy has decided to pull out what they're most famous for. Airplanes! So rest assured, we can all look forward to Goggalore's imminent death. And to seeing you, buddy, every Thursday night at 8, right here on LBC. Thanks! And I'd just like to add that if anyone kidnaps a human child, they should take them quickly under the lake to the abandoned insane asylum.
The developers used this situation and these broadcasts to explore themes of propaganda and state-controlled media in the form of Oleander's control over the society of Lungfish. And further, we can see those who have rebelled against the propaganda machine and seek freedom from its influence have been locked away in prisons to prevent the spread of their ideas to oppose Oleander. I think at the level of the Lungfish's mind, this is something like its instinct against something that it knows to be wrong, that it's under Oleander's control, but unfortunately, the power that rebellion has within its own mind is too weak to overcome the influence on the entire population. I think this situation is pretty similar to cult-like psychological behavior. For those who are engaged in cults, it usually takes an external experience outside the limited scope that the cult forces on them for them to have a sort of awakening to what they're really experiencing. Some of the other themes in this level are also reflective of societal psychology as well. We see the population living in carefree harmony with no expression of interest in seeking truth. The opening cutscene shows the citizenry casually living their lives completely unaware that they're under mind control. And so in the end, it's our job plus the job of the rebellion to stop Oleander's mind control and propagandistic influence and set the people free. And once we've done all that, we get this cutscene.
Human child.
Who is that?
It is I, the creature whose spirit was once, over here. Behind you? Yes.
Oh.
The creature whose spirit was once enslaved by the evil one. You have unchained my soul, and now I shall repay you, powerful human child.
Oh. Great. Well, okay. Show me what you did to my friend Lily.
By the drowned spirit of Oblongata, it is done. When it is your wish to travel across the lake, you may return to either shore and summon me with that.
Thanks, hulking lungfish. You know, you really aren't as hideous as people say.
You may call me now by my true name, Rasputin. The name given to me by my people.
And what name is that, noble lake creature?
Linda.
What a magical lady.
Right, Linda. Got it. Sure. Anyway, as she mentioned, we can use the Lungfish call to return back to the main camp whenever we want. But now, we're about to reach the most famous level Psychonauts has to offer that everyone remembers. As we head up the hill nearby, we approach the entrance gates to the Thorney Tower's home for the disturbed, an abandoned asylum built on an island in the middle of Lake Oblongata. This is the same tower we saw in the brain tumbler experiment, and where we need to go to rescue Lily and stop Oleander. But first, we gotta get inside, so let's approach the gate.
Huh? Who are you working for?
What? I'm with the Psychonauts.
The who? Oh, that doesn't fit in. That doesn't fit in at all. Maybe I've got this all wrong. Oh, okay, but... And...
So, this is the part of the game where we finally get to delve into the minds of the disturbed denizens of the asylum and help resolve their issues to progress our story. And our first obstacle here is Boyd, the security guard holding the key to the gate. We can see him scribbling on the walls, talking to himself, trying to piece together disjointed conspiracy theories. If we talk to him, he tells us,
I'm the guard. I've been fully trained. Oh, right.
You gotta let me in. My friend's in there.
Sorry, the milkman has the key. I am not the milkman. I'm the guard. In conjunction...
Where's the milkman?
I'll bet he's sleeping on the job. His milk is delicious. Everybody wants it. He'll be here soon. Then the lies will end.
So, we need to find someone called the Milkman. Well, the only thing to do at this point is to enter Boyd's mind to figure out what the hell he's talking about. So, let's jump into the level that everyone loves to talk about from Psychonauts. The Milkman Conspiracy.
Yeah! Not another tracking device! It's perfect, isn't it?
Yes.
Almost complete. Just a few missing pieces.
Yes, now, which piece talks about the milkman? The one who opens the asylum gate?
But it's all about the milkman. Can't you see?
Is this like one of those 3D paintings? I can never do those.
No, you just gotta learn to see it like I see it. There's something in the fridge that might help you see the world like I do.
Ooh, sorry, I don't drink. Before noon, I mean.
I'm kind of afraid to see what's in that fridge, to be honest, but not much else we can do at this point. Looking inside, we actually get a really awesome ability, clairvoyance. This ability lets us see through the eyes of whoever we use it on, so let's try it on Boyd.
The milkman's dead? Aw, crud.
Burned up in a department store fire. Didn't you hear? At least that's what the media would have you believe. Is he dead or not? Go to the graveyard. Dig him up. Oh, you'll find something all right. But it's neither man nor milk.
Right, we're going to go dig up a body, as requested by a crazy person. Great, so let's head outside. So, the first thing we see is an overview of the bizarre and topsy-turvy level that we have to progress through. The entire Milkman Conspiracy level is a winding path that wraps around itself, floating off in the sky. and the setting seems to take place in a suburban neighborhood that we have to explore through. But the second we move a few feet forward, we're immediately hit with a sensory overload of information. We're surrounded by typical objects you would expect to see in a suburban neighborhood. Trees, bushes, mailboxes, trash cans, fire hydrants, and so on. Except in Boyd's mind, these mundane objects are tools used to spy on him. You can see cameras pop up out of some of these, taking pictures of us as we walk around, while others show a pair of eyes sneaking out, with some even following us. Heading down the street, we approach yellow lines blocking off road construction.
Stop. Road crew workers only beyond the yellow line.
You guys are road crew workers?
Yes, we work on the road with these red signs.
I see. Well, do you guys know where the milkman is?
Why do you ask that question? Are you the milkman?
Do I look like a milkman to you?
That information is restricted to the road crew. Please move along.
As he says, this area is restricted for road crew only. Boyd's entire level is filled with these little restricted areas with these totally not suspicious individuals preventing you from entering. For each of these areas, we need to collect the required items somewhere in the level to blend in with these G-men and gain access. If you try to enter the area without holding the required item, you'll quickly get arrested and questioned by the G-men and return to where you were. So, we go explore around the area that we do have access to. Parked outside some of the houses around the neighborhood are these various G-men cars with radio antennas spinning around on top of them. You can punch these to open the trunk, which will drop some items. In this case, the stop sign we need to access the road crew area. As we equip it and enter, the G-men greets us as a fellow road crew worker, and we're allowed to pass. Heading down the road deeper into the neighborhood, we come across a little girl skating around selling Rainbow Squirt cookies. We ask her if she knows where we can get some milk, hinting at the milkman. But she immediately runs away and continues to avoid us anytime we try to talk to her again. There are actually quite a few of these Rainbow Squirts running around the neighborhood trying to sell cookies, and their role in this world will come into play later. Eventually, as we explore through the neighborhood further and collect more items to access more areas, we find our way to the graveyard, where the milkman is buried. But this is also another restricted area, so we'll need another item to enter. There's a section of the level not too far away, with tall hedges and gates blocking off access to a bouquet of flowers that we need to access the graveyard. Here, we can also find a crow feather, and we immediately get a tutorial message. As it explains, some items are marked with an eye symbol in our inventory, and we can use clairvoyance to see through the eyes of the owner of the item. In this case, we can use it on the crow feather to see where the crow flew off to. From its perspective, the gate is open, and suddenly the gate is now open for us as well. Huh, interesting. We'll be coming back to talk about this more when we go further into the psychology of Boyd's level. For now though, this gives us access to the flowers, so we can head back to the graveyard. At the back of the graveyard, there's a small mausoleum with the symbol of the milkman, just where we need to be. So we can burn the vines blocking the door and break it down with melee to reveal...
What were you doing in the cemetery? Are you a grieving widow? Where are your flowers? What did you find in the mausoleum? Who is the milkman?
That book you found was dynamite. Blows the whole thing wide open.
It does?
Yes, I knew it. I was completely wrong about everything, but now I've got it. That book came from the book depository. They must want to make us think that's where they want us to go, because they think we'll think we know they know we know, so we won't go.
So I shouldn't go to the book depository?
Of course you're going to the book depository. Take the sewers. Watch out for watchers and radioactives and perpetrators. Some of those sewer workers are involved, I think. You'll need one of these.
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
Well, we're on another wild goose chase from one of Boyd's paranoid conspiracies, and this time it involves assassins, apparently. But at this point, I still haven't found the plunger I need to access the restricted sewer section of the level. There's only one place I haven't been to yet, and it's the post office building here. You need a code to enter the building, but you can't find it anywhere in the level. If we put in the wrong code, a G-man steps out to look for the perpetrator, and then resets the alarm with the code. The solution to this puzzle actually took me some time to figure out, and even when replaying the game for this footage, I completely forgot how it worked all over again. What you need to do is utilize the new ability that's the highlight of this level, clairvoyance. When we get the G-Man to come out by putting in the wrong code, we can use clairvoyance to look through his eyes and see what code he's putting into the keypad. I think this is a really smart use of clairvoyance in a puzzle situation. I don't really consider Psychonauts to be a puzzle game, but it definitely has its moments, and when it does, the developers do a great job. So now that we have the code, we can head into the back room of the post office, which is completely dark and impossible for us to see in. But we can once again use our clairvoyance on the security cameras inside and get this cool little section where we have to work our way through a few obstacles using the night vision view of the cameras. This is very similar to the Lungfish portion of the game where we run through to avoid obstacles, but this time a lot less frantic and deadly. At the end of the path here we find a toilet and a plunger. I'm not really sure what this has to do with a post office, but sure, whatever. But cool, now that we have the plunger, we can start heading to the sewers and... ah, shit. Well, it wouldn't be totally appropriate to not have a nightmare creature attack us in the mind of a severely paranoid person. Anyway, for this fight, we can just beat it down until it reaches 0 health, where it'll then begin to spit out these little explosive enemies that we've encountered before called personal demons. We can use our telekinesis to pick these up and throw them into the nightmare's mouth and finish it off. And once we do, we're suddenly thrown right back to where we were. So, as I was saying before, we head back to the sewers with our plunger and jump in, which teleports us to a separate section of the level that we couldn't access before.
They got Freddy. Poor Freddy. He was such a good secret agent. I mean, assassin. Who is shooting at us?
This section features a massive restricted area, requiring us to be holding onto our sniper rifle to blend in. But in doing so, we're a target of the sniper up in the book depository on the other side. There's a few different methods that I try to use to reach the other side safely. First I tried invisibility, but got targeted immediately, which doesn't really make sense to me as a bad solution, but sure. So then I thought, maybe I need to hide behind the other G-men or the trees along the sides. But the sniper just shoots right through them. Okay, this is getting pretty annoying. Both of these seem like reasonable solutions to the puzzle, so why aren't they working? And then I just tried using levitation to go fast, and I even tried it with invisibility as well, but none of my solutions worked. For whatever reason, the developers decided to force you to use the shield ability specifically to overcome this puzzle. I honestly found this to be pretty frustrating and not very good design, and I wish they considered taking the time to let other solutions work for the puzzle, or at least make some way that only one solution actually makes sense. But anyway, using shield lets us finally pass, so we can head into the book depository and up the stairs to face the sniper.
Freeze! Don't come any closer. I'll never tell you the location of the Milkman. Never!
Okay, let's all just settle down and talk.
Ah!
Where is the Milkman? Who is the Milkman? What is the mission of the Milkman?
Come closer. And I'll tell you.
Glad I never bought any of those.
Okay, be honest. Unless you've already seen this game before, there is no fucking way that you would have guessed that the Rainbow Squirts were a faction of assassins fighting the G-Men. What the hell is even going on in this dude's mind right now? Well, let's continue and find out. As Raz mentions in the cutscene, we should try to find a higher vantage point to see if we can locate the Milkman. There's a spy helicopter flying around above us that we can use our clairvoyance on to see through its perspective. And after watching it fly through the neighborhood for a bit, we can finally see this.
Man, these guys are dumb. Hey, wait. What's that? I'll bet that's him. The Milkman.
Helicopters move sideways too, but not as fast as planes.
He's on that remote island over there.
We get a phone call from Boyd as we're looking at the Milkman. We don't really learn much from it, but we do get the phone item we need to access the final 2 locked locations of the level. And the first is just outside here, so we can go ahead and... yeah, another one of these again. This fight is exactly the same as the last time, so I won't waste your time. We beat the nightmare up and we get thrown back out again. Anyway, as I was saying, we can ride the power lines over to the final section of the level, which just features a single house off all by itself. When we approach the house, we see that the door is locked, and when we knock on it, a Rainbow Squirt answers, but she immediately shuts the door as soon as she sees us. So, to enter, we have to go invisible just as she opens the door, and jump over her to get inside, where we see the following cutscenes.
for your rainbow treats? We knew you would. Won't you join us in our Rainbow Squirt Pledge of Purpose?
To promote niceness. To make the world prettier. To share candy with everyone. To obfuscate the true nature of the milkman. To protect the milkman at all costs.
You brought them here!
To destroy all who would harm the milk or threaten to reveal his secret objective.
Go, girls! Protect the milk! Do not follow! The milk is not ready, and you are not ready for the milk! I told you not to follow. Now you must die! But that is the way of the Rainbow Squirts!
That was a hell of a lot of weird stuff to take in, but screw it, we're being attacked and we need to fight off this crazy den mother to free the milkman. First, she throws boxes of cookies at us that we can use our telekinesis to throw back at her, dealing damage. After we get her to half health doing this, she switches phases, dropping an item and turning the arena dark. Here, we have to use clairvoyance on the item she dropped to see from her perspective to run up and shoot her. And honestly, I really like this fight. It utilizes the clairvoyance ability in a clever way again, and it's pretty cool seeing the camera angle as she jumps from platform to platform. And after we wail on her enough, we can finally defeat her, and the milkman can finally be freed.
What have you done? He wakes!
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
And the sea shall run white with his rage.
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious. Special delivery today. I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
Boyd? Are you okay?
Time for the final delivery to this address.
Hey, is that milk regular kind? Or the exploding dream kind?
It's fortified with what the world wants. What the world deserves.
Are you sure you don't want to just talk about this, Boyd?
Well then, we managed to help Boyd, I think? Let's just follow him for now and see where the hell he's going.
My employer has commissioned me to deliver this milk to whitewash what went on here. I make sure no evidence is left of anything except for milk.
Holy shit, Boyd, what the hell is going on, man? It seemed like resurrecting the milkman was the thing we're supposed to do to help him, so what happened? When talking about the psychological themes in the Milkman Conspiracy and Boyd Cooper himself, there's a lot going on all at one time. The most immediately obvious theme that we're hit with is paranoia. Boyd's level is constructed out of suburban streets that, by all appearances, should be totally normal, comfortable, and safe. The streets and homes all look standard, fit with trees and bushes, privacy fences, lawn flamingos, chairs, and all the nearby figments are of children playing or grills for barbecuing. Everything that you would expect from a normal suburban neighborhood. And yet, the level is a surreal, twisted version of itself, and every bit of the environment is filled with these various objects that all indicate that they're watching you at all times. And there are even some figments of normal animals around, with cameras and antennas sticking out of them. And then there are the G-men running around, pretending to be various types of workers and blending into the world around them. But as we can see, they do a very terrible job of it. They're all dressed in suspicious trench coats and speak in monotone voices, giving off robotic voice lines that indicate that they are totally who they say they are. But if this is in Boyd's mind, why are they bad at blending in? Wouldn't his mind construct really clever personas that blend into the environment, but that also hold a dark secret underneath their surface? Well, if you've ever encountered someone who has paranoid perceptions of the world around them, especially in the realm of conspiracy theories, these people operate under an assumption that they can see behind the veil, that they know who these damn sewer workers really are. So in Boyd's mind, everything is crystal clear. He knows that all the fire hydrants and trash cans are watching him. He knows that the various people he encounters on the streets are not just random individuals living their lives. He knows that they're watching him and waiting for him. And for God knows what. And that last part, for what purpose? That's what we see Boyd completely engulfed in as we meet him outside the asylum, but also within his own mind when we first enter the level. And I think that's an important distinction as well. Boyd sees himself inside of his mind the same way he acts outside of it. And what this indicates to me is that Boyd feels confident in who he is in his role of paranoia. Once again, he knows these things. He knows there's a conspiracy, he knows there's lies, he knows that there's people watching him, and it's his job to figure out what's going on because he's the only one who can see. Boyd's paranoia is so deeply ingrained in his psyche that the version of himself that he sees in his mind is no different than the version outside of his mind, and he fully accepts that, because he truly believes that's the person he should be. He should be the person who is paranoid and cautious, trying to solve this deep and complex something that the G-Men want. Because if he isn't cautious, if he isn't paranoid and questioning everything, then he isn't safe. But then that leads to the question, why? What made Boyd this way? If we take a look at the first vault that we come across, located just outside the graveyard in his mind, we see Boyd, fired again. In the first image, we see Boyd Cooper looking happy wearing a name tag from his job. We see him sitting and smiling, keeping watch as a security guard. But in the next image, suddenly Boyd's boss has all of his things packed away, firing him from the job with Boyd looking shocked. In the next, we see Boyd walking out from his job angrily, but determined. We see Boyd standing furiously, pointing at the building with milk bottle cocktails filled with gasoline ready to throw. And as the building burns to the ground, we see Boyd's silhouette happily smiling and dancing in front of the flames. In the final image, we see Boyd being taken away in a straitjacket to the asylum. So this is a very interesting set of circumstances that we witnessed here, and it seems to mirror his behavior after we finish the level, indicating that he really isn't any different than how he was before. But it doesn't answer any of our questions about where his paranoia comes from, and unfortunately, the base game never answers these questions, which I think is a real shame. And we can look into the Lipo backstory document for some answers, but once again, these are not confirmed canon. But let's see what it has to say. According to the document, Boyd was an only child with two parents who lived in a suburban neighborhood. His father worked as a milkman, and his mother as a den mother for the local scout troop. But at some point during his childhood, his mother began to have an extramarital affair with another man. This eventually became a scandal throughout the suburban neighborhood, causing his parents to divorce and his mother to take Boyd and move in with her new lover. This man was a widower and had 14 children of his own, and so Boyd was suddenly thrust into a home where he blended in with all the other variety of children. His mother's actions already left him distressed, but that was dramatically worsened when he began to feel the neglect of being just another child among the other 14. And it says this is where Boyd's paranoia began. He began to perceive his new siblings as his enemies, and conspiring against him. This was his way of moving from the feeling of being totally invisible to being the center of everyone's attention. And as this defense mechanism and unresolved feelings of paranoia grew, it began to affect his perception of everything in the world around him. As he grew older, this paranoia grew worse and worse into stereotypical conspiracy theories about various levels of government around him. Eventually, he dropped out of high school in his later years and got a job as a security guard at a department store. As it turns out, the reason he ended up getting fired in this job is due to his paranoia turning into bad behavior. He began to question shoppers and make accusations against them, which caused a series of complaints filed against him, and therefore he lost his job. And so, we come back to the vault we just saw before. Now, while none of this is confirmed canon, I think it's a pretty good explanation for how pain and trauma from earlier in one's life can lead to things like paranoia as a defense mechanism later on. And while paranoia is the most obvious theme of this level, I want to posit that I think there's a more fundamental psychological theme at play here. Perception. Perception is the major underlying theme of everything we experience in Boyd's level. Of course, paranoia itself is often a matter of manufactured perception of things that have no factual basis. But there are other forms of perception that are played around with in the level. For example, the majority of the puzzles in the Milkman Conspiracy are centered around perception, and more specifically, the clairvoyance ability. Perception is a major part of a person's psychology, and in many forms of therapy, there will be a focus on the perceptions that the patient holds, and addressing whether those are reasonable or unreasonable perceptions. For example, someone who has anxiety or depression may perceive the world as bleak or dangerous. Or someone that has a form of body dysmorphia may view some aspect of their body as something other than what it actually is. Such is the kind of perception that causes eating disorders. Psychonauts plays with perception in a lot of interesting ways, and it makes a huge difference for how we understand the psychology of the people we encounter and the levels we explore. Now that we have the clairvoyance ability, we can actually go back and interact with various NPCs throughout the game and see through their own eyes exactly how they perceive us. For example, Sasha 9 sees us as a mini version of himself, explaining his concern and teaching us the exact lessons that he learned himself, while Mia Vodello sees us as a baby, indicating her maternal instincts that we see with her caring nature and her role in the orphanage. The game is absolutely filled with things that you can use this ability on, and is fantastic for providing context around our interactions with the other characters. And that all starts in the Milkman Conspiracy. For example, if you used it on the G-Men without an item equipped, you appear as a silhouette of question marks. They have no idea who you are. But the second you equip one of the items in the level, their perspective shifts, and you appear to look like someone else. Perception is also used as a major theme in the level's mechanics. The notable examples being when we have to use it on the crow's feather to get past the gate, or look through the eyes of the G-Man to enter the post office, or on the cameras within the post office to navigate through the back rooms to find the plunger. Double Fine made an intentional choice to link the powerful mechanical idea of clairvoyance and design their entire level around it, both literally through mechanical interaction, as well as implicitly via the psychological themes of Boyd's mental illness. This kind of intentional attention to detail is what makes Psychonauts, and the Milkman Conspiracy in particular, worthy of its many years of high praise. But putting aside the theme of perception, there are still some very weird events in the level that bear some explanation. In particular, what's up with the Milkman, and the Scouts, and the Den Mother? Boyd's Last Vault can give us some answers to this, but it's very easy to miss. You need to have access to the phone that we get right at the end of the level, and instead of heading across the phone lines near the book depository to reach the end, we need to go back to an earlier similar section and ride the phone lines to another hidden island far off the beaten path. And when you see what it has in store, you can probably see why it was so hidden. Boyd, hired again. The first image is of Boyd in the Asylum, drawing in chalk all over the walls with a familiar figure in the background smiling. We see a glass of milk being poured in front of Boyd. And now Oleander, holding up a plate of cookies and a pendulum, performing some sort of hypnosis on Boyd. Oleander hands Boyd a security guard outfit, and then we see him standing outside the Asylum gates. So, the last bit of strange things going on in Boyd's mind can be explained by Oleander's influence over him. Oleander uses his abilities to craft a narrative within Boyd's mind using his own memories and trauma against him, trapping him deeper within his own problems. Oleander uses Boyd for his own purposes, and Boyd, already struggling with his mental health within the Asylum, stands no chance and is taken advantage of. This is why we see a battle at the end of the level between the Rainbow Squirt faction and the G-Men with the sensors. The Milkman is a stand-in for Boyd's father, the Den Mother as his mother, and the Rainbow Squirts are likely his step-siblings. These three entities in Boyd's mind don't belong. And we can see this illustrated in the final battle between the parts of Boyd's mind that are his own, namely his G-Men and the sensors, which we never see until this point, when Boyd's mind finally recognizes the parts that don't belong and need to be removed. But ultimately, in the end, the Milkman identity planted by Oleander is freed, and wins over his mind and takes control. Raz, without realizing it, doesn't resolve Boyd's issues, but instead makes the situation worse for Boyd due to his inexperience and ignorance. In a way, this shows us the complexity and intensity of playing around with someone's mind, and highlights the responsibility that psychologists take upon themselves. Though, to give Raz the benefit of the doubt, he also has to deal with the science fiction psychic hypnosis that Oleander has placed Boyd under, which goes far beyond anything a normal psychologist would have to deal with. Anyway, with our path into the Asylum grounds clear to us, we better get in and stop Oleander and Lobato before Boyd ends up burning the damn place to the ground. So, heading into the Asylum, we see a colorful cast of characters that make up the patients of Thorney Towers. And the first we encounter is Gloria von Guten.
Thank you, all of you. You're all so kind. You make a girl...
Interesting. She's standing in a spotlight talking to potted plants like a loving crowd. And if you try to take her nearby trophy...
Oh, you found my old trophy. I should really put that thing away before somebody hurts themselves on that gleaming metal claw-like part on the top. Say, would you like to hear the story of how I won that award, dear boy? Or are you trying to take it because you don't think I deserve it?
No, you deserve it.
I didn't take anything from you. I didn't ask to be famous. I just wanted you to love me. Hey!
What?
You're supposed to be dead! Ah!
Jesus, alright. We'll just, pass her by for now and go deeper into the Asylum to look around.
Attack! No, wait! Don't listen to him! Retreat! Shut up, you fool! The battle is ours! Wellington is on the run! This is our moment of glory!
Oh, shut up, you loon.
The battle can't be won! We're gonna lose it!
I'm afraid you lost it years ago, Fred. Now pipe down over there. I am the orderly, and I run a quiet, peaceful, insane asylum. Understood? Oh, now see? You've disrupted Mr. Tagley's art therapy session.
Le jour de gloire est arrivé!
Whatever.
Right, so we have 3 more individuals here. The tall and lanky Fred Bonaparte, the snarky Crispin Whitehead, who's wearing a straitjacket and not an orderly at all, and Edgar Tegley up in the window, who we'll meet later on. Speaking to Crispin, he thinks we're Dr. Lobato ready to head up to the laboratory, our next destination. But he quickly realizes, looking over us with his blurry vision, that we don't have the same signature Dr. Lobato look that he's familiar with, so we're gonna need a disguise. First, we need Dr. Lobato's signature claw hand, and Gloria's trophy that we picked up earlier is the perfect candidate, and the only way to get it is by entering into Gloria's mind and help resolve her issues. Now, Psychonauts has this weird thing in this section where we're just randomly expected to enter the minds of these people and manipulate them for our own goals. It isn't really explained why we choose to enter their minds to get what we need from them. Instead, we just suddenly get 3 objectives that tell us to do so I guess that's that. I honestly wish that there was a bit more story set up and time spent on this to have it make more sense. I think it does a bit of a disservice to the overall story of the game, but I think it still holds together pretty well despite that. But anyway, we know what we have to do, so let's enter another one of the great levels Psychonauts has to offer. Gloria's Theater.
Oh, if you don't like the performance, a simple boo will do.
Cut! Hey, kid, can't you see I'm trying to produce a play here?
No.
Oh, God. Even a child can see I've lost control of this production. Okay, Becky, get a grip.
Child?
Look, kid, it wasn't always like this. We used to have a hit show on our hands. Everybody loved us. But then our big star, Bonita Soleil, got stage fright and locked herself in her dressing room. So now we're stuck flipping between sunshine shenanigans and the horror of Hagatha Home. Oh.
Which is like flipping between a root canal and a sharp stick in the eye.
Just ignore Jasper. He's just a critic who happens to be right.
I'll go talk to Bonita. I'm sure all she needs is a little pep talk.
That and acting lessons.
If you can get Bonita to take the stage again, then you're the star of my show, kid.
Well, we get a lot of context right away. Gloria's Theater is exactly that, a level that exists entirely as a theater building. There's not much to see just yet, so let's head backstage to Bonita Soleil's room to figure out what's going on. When we approach, we can hear her crying from down the hall with her door wide open. But as we get closer, it immediately shuts in our face. As Raz says, it seems like she doesn't want to see anyone. So we'll just go invisible then, obviously. And we're able to enter her room. We see the beautiful, glowing Bonita Soleil crying in her dressing room. Let's try to talk to her to see if we can't console her.
Excuse me, Miss Soleil. I heard you were feeling bad, so I just wanted to say that whatever you're going through, you're not alone. I used to be a performer myself, and I know how hard it is when...
Kid, can't you see I'm trying to have a moment here?
Sorry. I was looking for Bonita Soleil.
You mean the personal muse of Gloria von Guten? Her inner sunshine?
The spirit of her youth, yes.
That's me. What do you want, an autograph? I'm kind of busy here.
Jeez, that's quite a voice. As it turns out, Bonita Soleil is apparently just listening to a track of crying. To focus, apparently. And when Raz asks if she'll return to the stage, she says,
You can get a candle into a spotlight and light it. I'll come out and give the show one last try. But I'm not promising anything.
With our goal in mind, we head to the storeroom just out in the hallway. We have to make our way up to the top by platforming, climbing up poles, and walking across tight ropes. Once we have the candle, we can grind our way back to the bottom, picking up the remaining figments and heading back out to the main stage. And since we're here, we can talk a bit about the level's appearance. In front of the stage is a wall of empty box seats where the audience would sit, but the only audience we see are some figments and the giant man sitting off to the side that we saw in the intro cutscene, the critic. Opposite the critic, on the other side of the stage, is a ladder leading up to the spotlight. So we can head up, put the candle in, and use our pyrokinesis to light it up and let the show finally commence.
Look alive, people! Bonita Soleil is about to take the stage! Flower girls, in position 1. And action!
Tonight, I will be playing the part of Gloria von Guten, the famous actress.
In this nostalgic memory of her breakthrough role in the smash hit musical
Sunshine Shenanigans! And where would Gloria be without her muse?
Her inner sunshine!
The spirit of her youth! Played tonight, once again, by Bonita Soleil! Oh, I do so hope that my mother is proud of me!
Not again!
The Phantom!
I've seen some bad plays in my day, but this one's an actual menace. And it's all her fault. It's her bad acting that makes the Phantom strike. This time, I'm going to file a formal complaint and get this theater shut down.
Great, well, I'm off to go kill myself.
You know, you could be a more constructive critic.
Kid, if you want to see a good play, come talk to me. I've got a script here that'll knock 'em dead, I promise.
Well then, that was a lot to take in all at once. And immediately as we exit the cutscene, Becky, who in fact does not kill herself, thank God, tells us about the spotlight, which functions as the main mechanic of this level. There are 2 modes to the spotlight, the happy and sad masks that will take the same scene but played in a happy or sad version. Cool, good to know. But what do we do now? Well, talking to the critic, we can ask him a few questions, such as, why are you such an asshole? And when we're done talking, he hands us a new script that he suggests is way better than the current act. So talking to Becky nearby, she'll take any new scripts that we find in the level, and hands us a megaphone so we can use it to replay any scene that we want. The goal then is to put on a proper version of the play that will get us access to the catwalks where the Phantom resides so we can fight it and get Bonita Soleil to return to the stage. So, each scene has a happy and sad version, and as you switch between them, the story changes slightly and gives an alternate account of the story of Gloria's life being represented in the play. When we switch between the 2 modes, we can speak with the NPC actors and explore the set to learn new things or enter into these portals, which play the next part of the current script. But when we switch to the sad version of the play, things become twisted. The happy and obnoxious actors we see on stage become sharp-toothed, aggressive versions of themselves that will attack us as we try to explore the set. So, the next chunk of gameplay is going back and forth between sets and moods bit by bit, learning more about Gloria's backstory from 2 opposing perspectives, until we eventually make enough progress to finally call down a hot air balloon part of the set and ride it up to the catwalk area of the theater. I'm just going to skip over the stage section for now, as we'll cover all of it when we talk about the backstory and themes of this level. Heading up to the catwalk, we have a long platforming section where we make our way through while chasing the Phantom to try and stop him. This area is fit with spotlights that'll drop sandbags on us, lighting setups that we can swing from to get around, long stretches of rope that we can use to climb, and curtains we can bounce on to get higher up. At a few points, we begin to encounter Gloria's sensors and have to fight them off in these confined catwalks, which can be a bit of a challenge. But eventually, we reach the end where the Phantom awaits.
How dare you violate the sanctuary of the Phantom? Stop, or your next step will be your last.
There's a candle nearby and a spotlight down the path here, so we can put the candle in and light it to put a spotlight on the Phantom, causing him to run away deeper into the catwalks. So let's follow him before he gets away.
Okay, Phantom, it's time to find out who you really are. What?
So, as it turns out, the critic has been the Phantom all along, and has been terrorizing Bonita Soleil's performances the entire time. And when we confront him, we get him to admit it, and he decides to go on the offensive and fight us. In this final section of the level, we have to fight off the critic of Gloria's mind. He's fit with a floating box seat and 2 large fountain pen guns at his sides that shoot words of critique at us, dealing damage. Behind us, the orchestral section of the stage is playing music we can use to hover up to the catwalks overhead, where a line of spotlights shine down at the stage. Our goal, like with the Phantom, is to take nearby candles from the stage and carry them up to the spotlights, lighting them, and shining them on the critic. As we do, he falls to the ground for a limited time where we can melee him down. As we fight, he also spawns evil versions of the actors from before that try to attack us. But as we fight them off and shine the spotlight on the critic, we eventually take him down.
What's the matter? Can't you take a little criticism?
And so, Bonita Soleil can finally return to the stage safely and perform her act, restoring Gloria's mind. But what is it exactly that we're trying to resolve by doing all of this? As I mentioned, Gloria's backstory is told through the details we get in the various parts of the plays that we put on. But before that, we actually get some key details in one of her vaults in the storeroom before the play even begins, and it gives us much needed context to everything that we talk about during the play. Gloria's cruel training. In this, we see a key location of Gloria's mindscape and memories, a large building behind gates with the name Hagatha's Home for Girls. In the first image we see of Gloria, we see her mother in the background looking back as she drives away with a frown, and Gloria in the foreground being dragged into the building by an evil-looking woman with sharp teeth. In the next scene, we see Gloria and other girls being whipped as their cruel caretaker forces them to do ballet. We see a similar scene again with her whipping at them from a piano as Gloria and the other girls stand in a choir singing with distress on their faces. And another with her showing them movies of ballet dancing as Gloria looks back at her frowning. In the next image, we see her whipping a child while placing them in a flower costume, including Gloria who's walking away. And in the final image, we see the cruel caretaker whipping the girls as they perform a play, just like what we see in this level. So, this all begins with the traumatic background of Gloria's past in which she was left at a boarding school and tortured by an evil headmistress who forced all the girls to learn to perform and act. So we know most of the nature of Gloria's mental health issues already, but let's follow the play a bit to get some more context into how Gloria herself felt about these situations she experienced during this time. We experience the scenes out of chronological order depending on how we engage with them. And at first, the happy scenes focus a lot on Gloria's adulthood as a famous actress and make comments about her relationship with her mother, while the sad scenes focus on her experiences at Hagatha's Home for Girls. In one of those scenes, we get a taste of the horrible, painful way that Gloria perceives her experience at the home and how she feels about her mother leaving her there.
Wahaha! Welcome to Hagatha Home School for Girls, where you will begin your long and painful training in the theatrical disciplines. Wahaha!
But I don't want to study theater! I want my mom to come take me home right now!
Your mom has a career
She doesn't have time for an ugly little girl like you. Boo-hoo-hoo!
There is nothing more tedious than the tears of an unlovable child.
It's time to suffer for your art.
Now keep in mind, these scenes are not recounts of the actual reality of what Gloria experienced, but rather a representation that her mind has put together from her memories and experiences. So we're not seeing the literal interactions between characters of her past, but rather a distillation of these emotions that she felt with these situations. But regardless of her literal experience at the home, this scene shows us the intense cruelty and brutal emotional manipulation that she felt during this time. In another scene, we see Gloria waiting for the mailboat to come and deliver a letter from her mother, but the caretakers trick her into entering a tunnel where they say the mail train is supposed to show. As she goes into the tunnel, a great dragon comes out and burns her. And to defeat the dragon, we have to run a script called the Night of Joy, in which Gloria's absent father comes to her and fights off the evil dragon in the tunnel. These two scenes represent a fantasy constructed by Gloria's mind, in which she imagines the father she never knew coming to her as a brave knight and saving her from the dragon, a symbol of the suffering she's experiencing at the boarding school. In another scene, we learn some important details. It turns out Gloria's mother is a famous actress whose lover and manager decides to manipulate her into sending her daughter away. Agreeing, Gloria's mother promises to send her daughter letters, but as the scene implies, her manager makes sure that Gloria never gets them. In the final scene of the play, many years have passed since Gloria first came to the Hagatha's home for girls, and she's nearly given up hope of ever leaving. Then, suddenly her mother finally returns to bring her home away from the boarding school.
Please come with us and be happy and never think of this terrible, terrible place again.
And so that was the summary of Gloria's childhood. But there's still scenes in which focus on her adulthood with a booming career as an actress and her continued relationship with her mother. In this first scene, we see Gloria speaking with her mother, bragging vainly about her new seaside mansion, with her mother mindlessly saying that she only lives to make Gloria happy. And Gloria responds with how glad she is at how much more successful and rich she is than her mother ever was as an actress. And at another point, we get a scene that brings the mailboat to Gloria in both happy and sad versions. In the sad version, it arrives but holds no mail for her, as we already knew. But in the happy version, we see the same concept, but with her as an adult, and lots of fan letters have been sent to her. These two scenes set some groundwork of what Gloria's life is like as an adult, given her painful past and strained relationship with her mother. We see a version of Gloria that holds resentment towards her mother, and overemphasizes narcissistic traits of pride and condescension towards her. And to understand why Gloria acts this way, we can look at the scene of the mailboat to make it a bit clearer. In this scene, we have a parallel between a painful situation in Gloria's past, and a similar situation in her future in which the pain of her past feels resolved. In her adulthood, she receives many fan letters expressing their love of her, which for Gloria seems to satisfy the need she wasn't having met in her past when her mother's letters never reached her. And though Gloria was happy to be with her mother again, she still holds resentment from feeling abandoned by her that, with the satisfaction of success filling the unmet need as a child, makes Gloria obsessed with the success of her career, which explains her vain nature. In the next scene, we see Gloria announcing to her mother that she's fleeing to Europe to escape her jealousy about her successful career, and this is the response her mother gives back.
Please do not leave me, Gloria, my daughter. Go now, and I shall do something unto myself both drastic and traumatizing to you emotionally.
But despite this, Gloria sails away from her mother, leaving her behind. Which I think in Gloria's mind may feel like an appropriate sort of revenge for her mother leaving her behind as a child. This is the last chronological piece of Gloria's story that we have shown by the scenes of the play. So, to find out what finally happens in the end, let's look at the second vault in Gloria's mind that we find in the catwalks, wrapping up the final details of her past. Gloria's fallen star. We see marquees and billboards of Gloria von Guten's name spread across them from various theaters. Gloria stands up on stage with her hair spreading wide across, illuminating the entire play with the audience in the foreground applauding with excitement. In the next, we see Gloria extravagantly dressed, holding up the trophy we saw before, surrounded by paparazzi. But to contrast her beautiful image here, in the next we see her with her hair down, crying as she looks at images from an envelope. We see an image of a figure jumping from the rooftop of a building, and a news article that says, "Mother, suicide." In the next scene, we see Gloria on stage performing with critics pointing angrily at her with sharp teeth, mimicking a similar appearance to that of the caretaker we saw in the previous vault. In the final image from Gloria's past, we see her mind splitting in two, representing her mind splitting between the manic and depressive mood swings that we're here to help resolve. So as we learn, after Gloria, in her cruel pride and narcissism, leaves her mother and goes off to Europe, her mother ends up committing suicide. And with this intense pain, it affects the only positive aspect of Gloria's life left, her career. And we see Gloria devolve into a full mental breakdown. This level is for sure one of the darkest and most complex parts of Psychonauts. And we touched on some aspects of her psychology, but there's even more going on here in the rest of the level itself that plays with deep psychological concepts. Some of which are neglect, expectations, fame, critique, and learned patterns of thoughts and behaviors. The level is structured as a theater within Gloria's mind, in which we have to use a spotlight to swap between pieces of her past that she either has intense joy or pain associated with. And the developers have cleverly represented this by the classic motif of comedy and tragedy masks of the theater. These intense mood swings Gloria experiences are the result of these painful traumas across her lifetime that we bore witness to. But at this stage in Gloria's life, we can't resolve the issues of her past. Instead, what the level requires of us, and what Gloria needs, is for Bonita Soleil to return to the stage, which means the Phantom needs to be defeated. And as we learned, the Phantom is actually the critic who both causes the performances to fail and attacks Bonita Soleil for the failure. And taking a look at him, he takes on a massive form in a box seat, eclipsing the rest of the audience, who isn't even really present for the show at all. This shows how the critic is the true audience whose opinion Gloria focuses on, and whom affects her the most. And it's easy to think of the critic as representations of the critics we saw from Gloria's memories, who turned her painful situation from bad to worse, and caused her mental breakdown. But I don't think that that's quite right. The critic here represents Gloria's inner critic, the part of herself that both sabotages and then beats herself up for failing. If you've ever experienced chronic self-critique or even self-hatred, this may be familiar to you. You're hard on yourself about the things that you fail at, or aren't as good as you think you should be. And in doing so, you make it harder for yourself to ever succeed. And when you don't succeed, you criticize yourself even more in an endless cycle you can never escape. This is the exact trap that Gloria is caught in. Bonita Soleil represents the form of Gloria that she sees within herself, the person she believes herself to really be. She's a bit rough and somewhat fake, but when she takes to the stage, she absolutely shines. She is who Gloria knows she is deep inside of herself, hidden at the back of the stage down a long hallway. But occasionally, she can let that part of herself free and allow herself to be proud and joyous in her self-identity. At least, that is, if the critic wasn't such a problem for her. This part of her looks at her imperfections and demands more and more from her, while simultaneously sabotaging any chance she ever has of being able to reveal her true self without fear. And in the end, the critic takes on his final form with an all-out assault, shooting words of critique at Raz, representing all the heinous insults that she feels are thrown at her. At first, it may seem that the reason we need to go through the play of Gloria's past is to go through it and resolve it for her, but that isn't really what happens. Like how you might in therapy, we simply explore Gloria's past and see it for what it is, so we can come to understand what's going on with her. And by doing so, this provides us a metaphorical and literal path up to the top of the theater where the true root of the problem that Gloria is facing now lies. And so we chase the Phantom down here, who we reveal to be the critic. And to defeat him, we put the spotlight on the true problem that Gloria needs to fight against, her self-hatred and critique. But Gloria needs help to come to this realization. Since we find Becky, the stage director of her plays, and the representation of Gloria's rational mind, failing to gain control and order of the chaos within. Gloria's previous attempts to deal with her pain come in the form of acting pompously and proudly about her fame as an actress. This is a coping mechanism Gloria developed to try and resolve the pain of her past, instead of letting herself accept that pain and integrate it properly into who she is now. Instead, she uses her fame to try and replace the love that she never felt she got from her mother when she needed it. But when she put her faith in the love of something else, it ended up turning against her when the critics began to attack her, and the defense mechanism that she had built up crumbled all around her. This, along with the guilt that she feels around her mother's suicide, leaves Gloria absolutely broken and trying to pick up the pieces. And so, as we explore through her past and allow the painful memories to play out, we're able to forge our path to the true enemy of Gloria's mind, her inner critic. And it's the inner critic that actually holds Gloria back. It's not her painful past memories and emotions associated with that. Those she can actually handle, ultimately, once she finally faces them as the play progresses. Instead, the truly difficult thing is learning that it's the critic within herself that prevents Bonita from showing herself and her life moving forward. And it requires that Gloria learn to accept that she is good enough and worthy of love. And even though she's made mistakes and isn't perfect, her mother's suicide is not her fault, and neither is the abuse and neglect that she felt as a child. And this is the fundamental lesson and theme that Double Fine is masterfully presenting to us through Gloria's theater. In a glorious mixture of parallel themes and metaphor, the developers have represented a concept that may be familiar to a lot of people through the telling of Gloria's tragic story. For people who have experienced recurring self-hatred and criticism before, you're probably familiar with the negative patterns of thinking that can cause us to get caught in a cycle that we can't escape. This cycle takes the form of self-criticism that leads to stress and pain, which makes it harder for us to succeed, and in struggling and failing to succeed, we criticize ourselves again, and the cycle repeats. And the only way out of this cycle is something like radical acceptance of our own imperfection. And without this, the pain of our past will follow us into the future. So as we live through our lives, we may not even be totally aware of how this affects us. We may live a life of pain and difficulty for years, until suddenly things just become too difficult for us to handle, and it feels like everything suddenly falls apart all at once. And this is exactly what we see Gloria experience. In never learning to accept the difficulty and pain of her past, and being able to truly move on, she falls back to fame as a defense mechanism to try and fix her past. But fixing the pain of your past isn't really about fixing the past. That's just an illusion. Instead, the thing that Gloria fails to realize is that we can't fix our past. And when we fail to realize this, and keep trying to do so, we eventually begin to adopt a pattern of thinking that reflects our experience from the past. We fall into patterns that tell us, well, if I didn't get the love I so desperately wanted and needed before, there must have been some reason. And the reason must be that I wasn't good enough to deserve that love. So if I want to fix that, I have to be a better version of myself now. And of course, this may not be exactly what we tell ourselves, but it's more of a representation of what our subconscious is thinking. Due to the learned behaviors and thought patterns that we've gained from our past, we subconsciously come to the conclusion that just being ourselves isn't good enough to warrant love. And so when we seek love later on in life, we automatically assume that there's something that we have to provide to get it. And that something we have to provide is the demand that we put on ourselves to be a better and better person forever and ever. And so, our inner critic grows larger and larger until it completely takes over and we fall into the cycle that I mentioned before. And the only way to break out of that cycle is to put the spotlight on the hatred and demand that we put on ourselves and stare boldly at our painful pasts and accept that they're a part of us and be okay with that fact. And as we can learn to love ourselves with our imperfections and treat ourselves with kindness, rather than constant criticism and hatred, we can learn that the pain of our past doesn't have to follow us into the future and continue to repeat itself. We don't need the love of someone else to validate us, nor do we need it to make the pain of our past go away. Instead, we bring forth the inner, true versions of ourselves that we know we are deep down, rough edges and all, and bear that identity boldly, proclaiming that even with our imperfections and failures, we don't need to be more and more. We don't need to be perfect to deserve love, and we're good enough and we are loved, because now we've chosen to love ourselves. And now, with Gloria's issues resolved, we see a much happier, stable version of her wandering around. We see her for the first time express interest in something besides herself as she heads out from the spotlight and into the garden, allowing herself to appreciate nature, and even begins to show care for the plants by watering them. And with her issues resolved, we can finally grab the trophy, since she doesn't need it anymore. Heading back into the asylum, there's 2 more levels we need to complete. The first we'll take a look at is the mind of Fred Bonaparte. When we first met Fred, we see him having an internal battle between 2 versions of himself. The real Fred is very aware of his conundrum and tells us to ignore his alter ego. But when he offers to give us the straitjacket we need, his alter ego takes over and prevents him. So, the only way to progress is help him defeat his alter ego. So let's head into Fred Bonaparte's mind and enter my favorite level as a child, Waterloo World.
Sacre bleu! I have been hit!
When we first enter, all we see is a small room with 2 figures sitting at a table across from each other with a game board between them. One is the normal version of Fred we saw outside, while the other is his alter ego and ancestor, the military genius Napoleon Bonaparte.
Who's winning?
Nobody's winning. Want to know who's losing? The Bonaparte family name. Look, I forfeit, okay? You win. Napoleon Bonaparte wins again.
Is that the real Napoleon Bonaparte? I mean the imaginary real Napoleon Bonaparte?
Yeah, I'm actually related to him. Can you believe it? Shut up! Stop telling people that shameful fact. I don't even want to be here. But when this sad excuse for a Bonaparte lost a simple game of war to a feeble-minded invalid, I just could not take it anymore. I was forced to take control, and I will stay in control until I beat the love of victory into this degenerate swine who dares to call himself a Bonaparte.
So it looks like Fred and Napoleon are engaged in some kind of game in which Napoleon is trying to force Fred to learn to enjoy winning. And if Fred doesn't want to win for himself, then we'll just have to do it for him. In this level, we jump into the game board and shrink down to size, where we can interact with the individual pieces to try and win. The goal of the game, as Napoleon tells us, is to move Fred's knight piece into Napoleon's castle while protecting his own castle from being captured. Should be easy, but Napoleon makes the first move that we have to deal with.
You! Destroy that bridge! For France! For France! I hate your stupid bridge. This is how much I hate you! Ha ha! Suck on that, bridge! Oh man, now look. The bridge is broken and I can't move my pieces past it anymore. I quit. Napoleon, you win.
Yeah, fuck that, Fred. We're gonna win whether you like it or not. So let's see if we can get that bridge fixed. There's an engineer's workshop we can head to, and as we interact with it, we shrink down in size even further. Waterloo World is structured in these tiers of gameplay, where we move back and forth between game piece sizes, and down to an even smaller size where we can climb around and interact with those pieces at a micro scale. And this is what made me love this as a kid. I find the interplay between various nested levels of interaction makes the entire experience super interesting and offers a unique perspective that stands out from the rest of the levels. And once again, this is something that Psychonauts really excels at, creating unique and interesting levels mechanically, but has a logical purpose that ties into the psychology of the person's mind that's being presented. And we'll get into Fred's later. But for now though, we can approach the engineer's workshop and speak to the man at the door.
Hello in there. Any carpenters home?
Go away, burglar.
I'm not a burglar. I'm a recruiter for Fred Bonaparte's army. We're a little light in our corps of engineers, see?
Listen, I know you're a burglar. I've been listening to your footsteps on my roof all night trying to break in. Why don't you just slide down the chimney? I got a nice fire going for you in here, Mr. Burglar.
Well, it seems he thinks he has a burglar problem, so let's go take care of that and earn his trust. This is where the micro gameplay comes into play. We have this workshop as a part of the game board that we can platform around to complete our objective. To get up there, we have to find our way to another nearby part of the map and walk across a tightrope to reach the roof. Once up here, we can take out the sensors, get the vault, and head back down. With the problem solved, he offers up his help and becomes a game piece for the board that we can use. Nice. So, to become large again, we can find one of these water springs and use it to levitate up. Once we're here, we can use our telekinesis to move the game pieces around. So we move the engineer over by the bridge and he fixes it right up for us. And what this does is allows our pieces to move across the river and further towards Napoleon's castle. But Napoleon still has a soldier piece nearby that we have to take care of, so we're gonna need a militiaman to come and fight for us. So we drop back down to size and approach one of the homes of the peasants to see if he'll help us out.
Hello, I'm recruiting for the army of Fred Bonaparte, and...
Go away! Fred Bonaparte has forgotten the people, and we have forgotten him!
What? Fred loves the people. He was just telling me that some of his best friends are, the people.
He has abandoned us. He doesn't care if we live or die.
Look, I'll tell you what. I'll talk to Fred. I'll talk to him, and I'll prove to you that he cares about the common man, and that the fight is not meaningless.
I'll believe it when I hear it from him.
So he wants to see some proof from Fred himself that he has the motivation to try and win. We can head back up to Fred by climbing a ladder up and out of the side of the game board.
Hey, Fred. The problem is people think you don't care.
What? I care. Then lead them to victory, milk it toast. Shut up.
They think you don't care if they live or die.
What do they want from me? A notice on my official stationery that says I'd be sad if they died?
Yep.
Huh. Well, if that doesn't work...
So with this note, we can return back to the peasant and he'll agree to fight for us, creating a militiaman game piece for us to use. We can then take this piece and move it adjacent to Napoleon's soldier and watch the chaos ensue.
Take that!
Die! I kill you!
Sacre bleu! I cannot believe it, Fred! You have accidentally done something right!
I have?
Yes, but I'm afraid it's still not enough. More manpower!
Oh, mon Dieu! I hate bridges! Ah! That is for killing my father. Bridge!
Hey, stop killing my bridges. You're making me mad.
Damn, another bridge gone and another soldier to contend with. The first issue we can resolve pretty easily. There's a salt shaker in the way, but we can use telekinesis to throw it away and move the engineer near the bridge to fix it for us. But since our first militiaman died, we're gonna need another. Shrinking down and talking to the second nearby peasant, he wants some pay for his work. If we head back up to Fred's size, we can find a coin in the fireplace that we can use telekinesis to pull to us. Then we can take this back down to the peasant and he's ready to fight for us. After destroying Napoleon's second soldier, he summons yet another soldier for us to fight, requiring another militiaman. But this one tells us to get him a weapon from the heavily guarded building nearby, so we have another micro part of the level to explore. After a long platforming section through the building, we eventually find our way to the inside while collecting cobwebs and fighting off sensors all the way to the hay bales where the weapon is stashed. With the weapon acquired and handed over to the militiaman, we send him over and destroy Napoleon's last soldier.
How? Retreat! Everyone into the stronghold! Raise the drawbridge immediately! Jam the mechanism with something! Anything!
Hey, you can't jam the gears. That's cheating.
All is fair in love and war. You have fought well, but that is far as you shall go, my friend.
Ha! We'll see about that. Fred? Was that you? Yeah, come on, we're winning. All we have to do is unjam those gears. I'm on it, General.
Wow, that's quite a transformation from Fred. This is the first time he's gotten the taste of potential victory, so let's help him carry it out to the end. In this final section, we have to fight off a lot of sensors while platforming around Napoleon's fort so we can lower the drawbridge. Atop the two towers in front of us are these shell enemies that shoot at us. You can encounter these all around the game board, and they're invulnerable to normal attacks. However, we can pick them up and throw them with telekinesis, which is how I dealt with them as I made my way up the towers. And once we make it across and get rid of these enemies, we can use telekinesis to pull this thing, not really sure what it's supposed to be, out of the gears and lower the drawbridge. Sick. Now we just need Fred's knight and we can take Napoleon's fort and win the game. So let's go down and speak to him.
Hello?
Sorry, I can't storm Napoleon's stronghold today. Too weak.
Oh, okay. Want me to call a doctor?
No, I'm not sick. I just can't find any decent food around here. An army moves on its stomach, you know. An elite force such as I require an elite cuisine, I'm afraid.
Jeez. Alright, so what we need to do is head out to one of the forests on the game board that's filled with these little snail pieces. Get it? French? Escargot? Anyway, we can chase down these pieces and use telekinesis to pull them to us. And once we capture all 10...
Okay, snails, it's time to serve the cause.
So be it! If it is truly a time of war, then we are ready. We can no longer pull our heads into our shells and hide. We are, after all, armored warriors, and this is our land too. We may not be fast, but we always march upon the glittering path of righteousness, for we created ourselves from our hearts. Lead us onward, and let us eat holes in the leaves of Napoleon's garden.
Right. I wonder if they even know what they're here for.
You guys ready?
Yes! We're ready to fight for the fatherland! To fight nobly on the field of battle! Our shells are tough, and soon we will cover the enemy with our silvery trails. Charge!
Delicious!
So with the soldier properly satisfied, we can now achieve our victory.
Your walls are no thicker than the crust of a creme brulee. Behold the mighty tapping of my spoon.
What is this? Fred! Did you do this?
Huh? What?
I can't believe it! You are a Bonaparte! There is some Napoleon in your veins after all!
Well, maybe.
Finally, I can resign myself back into my glorious history. The future is yours, Fred Bonaparte. You are indeed a true warrior. Go forth and fight all your battles with the same determination you showed here, and your life will be an endless parade of victories, like mine.
Yes, well, except for that last one, the one in Waterloo.
I was sick that day. Very bad stomach cramp, let me tell you. That's why I've always got my hand tucked in here, you know? You'll find out when you're older. It's hereditary.
Is he really gone? Hello? Hello? Anyone else in here? Ha! We did it, Raz! I'm all me again. One person, not French. Get me out of this dang jacket so I can go strangle me an orderly.
Hey, good thinking, Fred. That sure would save me a lot of work.
Yep. Right after I take a nap.
Yes, what? Nap?
War is hell, Rasputin, and I am sleepy. I'll take care of Crispin for you, just as soon as
Oh, man.
Nice. We resolve Fred's weird alter ego and confidence issues. But of course, we have to ask the question, where did these issues even come from? Well, let's start with what the problem Fred is dealing with actually is. First of all, we see Fred's mind fragmented into these two opposing identities. The version of himself that is his true self, and the Napoleonic entity that has forced its way into his mind. And these two identities are locked in an endless battle that will not cease until Fred wins. Now, there are a few different ways to look at this psychologically. There's the perspective of something called dissociative identity disorder that refers to a disorder in which a person's mind fragments into multiple personalities, known as alters, usually due to severe trauma in one's past. This mental illness is one that's still subject to a lot of controversy as to its validity, but I know that other people who have analyzed the psychology of this level have come to this conclusion, so I at least wanted to mention it here. But I have a bit of a different perspective on what's happening here, for a variety of reasons. First, when we look at the nature of Fred's illness here, we have to make some observations. The most immediate observation is when we first meet him, and see that he's not just having an internal dialogue in his mind between two possibilities. This is something that we all do when we're trying to make a decision. We jump back and forth between two versions of ourselves, or two lines of possibility, and compare the two to decide what we think is the best choice. Do I eat the piece of cake right now? No, it'll just make me gain weight. But it looks really good right now, and I have been eating healthy for a while. I deserve a treat. When you're making a choice, you take on two different identities that take on the consequences of the two different options available to you. If I choose not to eat the cake, then I'll be a version of myself that's a lot healthier, but maybe a little sad that I didn't get to eat cake. Or if I choose to eat the cake, I'll be someone who's happy because I ate it, but in the end, my health will be a lot worse. This is a sort of normal dialogue that one may have with themselves between two competing interests. However, with Fred, we also see this manifest outwardly. We see Fred jump back and forth between these two identities that are taking control of his mind, body, and even voice. For me, I really only think of this as a metaphorical and fantastical perspective that exists purely because the developers presented it this way. This is one of those rare cases where I don't feel confident enough to say that Fred's split personalities are quote-unquote real enough to treat as anything but metaphor, so that's how I'm gonna treat it. And as we dive deeper into the details of his psychology, I think my perspective will make more sense and feel less dismissive in explaining Fred's behaviors. So, when we first enter Fred's mind, we're actually given a lot of information right away that takes some analysis to really break down. Consider this, the interaction we see between Fred and Napoleon is specifically a battle. But why a battle? Why doesn't the identity of Napoleon just take over? I mean, it's not like the Fred identity is really willing to fight back. Why is it that when we enter his mind, we aren't wandering around a world in which Fred is locked away and imprisoned, while the new emperor of his mind rules with tyranny to make Fred the winner he so desperately wants to be? First, we have to remember the Napoleonic identity in Fred's mind isn't something external. This isn't one of Oleander's science fiction Psychonaut tricks. Everything here is purely a manifestation of Fred's own mind. Napoleon is the identity that Fred's mind himself created to try and whip him into shape. And the identity of Fred we see sitting at the game board is how Fred sees himself within his own mind. We are watching someone who's having an internal battle between a part of himself that has become afraid of failure so intensely to the point of not even trying to succeed, and the part of himself that is ambitious, that wants to succeed, that needs to know he can win and can learn to not be afraid. When individuals find that they're afraid of failure in some form, and this becomes a recurring fear that prevents them from moving forward, there's a few reactions that they can take to start to try and resolve that issue. In one case, a person might become hyper-focused in trying to succeed. The person may put in maximal effort to try and make themselves feel like they're successful, even if they're not. And anytime they fail, they're extremely harsh on themselves and try doubly hard next time. But eventually, this ever-increasing self-demand begins to weigh that person down and suffocate them anytime they aren't good enough. This is what it would look like if the Napoleonic entity were to take over full control. He would demand victory, always. And any slight failure would be considered catastrophic and must be eliminated, as it is the opposite of the victory that the tyrant demands so vehemently. And by contrast, the person might instead become reserved and timid, afraid to ever reach out and try anything, in fear that if they fail, they'll suffer intense emotional pain. And they may even begin to convince themselves that by avoiding failure, they're protecting themselves from pain, and so why even try when it's already safe? But with this strategy, the person never progresses in life, but instead stays stagnant and never feels the necessary satisfaction of growth. And this stagnation can even develop into a deep depression where they begin to feel that their life lacks any meaning. And this is the strategy that Fred's mind has taken. But luckily, we've caught him at a time where he hasn't succumbed to giving up just yet. This is why we have the Napoleon entity in his mind in battle with the version of himself that he perceives himself to be. And even Fred knows this, as he acknowledges the version of Napoleon in his mind is not the real him, but he can't find a way to escape the demand that it's placing on him. And so, he's in a forced battle between the two entities that he's still struggling to work through. And to represent this internal battle of a man's psyche, the developers have chosen a literal battle between two players on a game board, and with the further motif of Napoleon on top of that, the historic figure known for his military prowess and victory. So, we now understand the what of Fred's psychology fairly well, I think. Now let's address the why by looking at the first vault of Fred's mind. Fred versus Crispin. In the first image, surprisingly, we see Fred working as an orderly in the Thorney Tower's Asylum. We see him approach Crispin Whitehead, who we met before, sitting in a padded cell room in his straitjacket drooling all over himself, and we can see Fred's face showing concern for him. So we see Fred hold up a board game called Waterloo World, offering to play it with Crispin in hopes that it may have some therapeutic effect. We see the two sitting at a table together, starting the game. In the next image, we see Crispin viciously placing his knight in Fred's tower with his teeth, claiming victory. And Fred responds, shocked and deeply confused. But this just gets worse and worse as we see Fred, angry and frazzled, placing more pieces on the board with Crispin smiling ahead. Interesting. There's actually a lot to take from this vault already, but let's actually jump into the second vault, as it gives even more context. Fred versus Napoleon. In the very first image, we see a tally board between Fred and Crispin, with Fred having 0 victories to dozens of Crispin's victories. In the next image, we see Fred distraught and confused, walking away from the table with his entire body shaking. He finds his way to the bathroom and looks in the mirror, where he comes face to face with the reflection of Napoleon. Immediately, Napoleon reaches out from the mirror and grabs Fred by the throat, choking him as he screams out in terror. And so, we see Fred as we see him now, with a broken, crazed smile, tied up in a straitjacket, wearing the French bicorn and cape. So, Fred lost his mind because he lost a board game a bunch of times? Well, yes and no. I think it's important to take a few things into consideration. For one, Fred was an orderly before his mental breakdown. With all the detail we have about him, he was ostensibly a fully functioning, stable person. We have no details about a traumatic past, learned patterns of behavior, or much of anything around the context of who he was before his mental break. And it seems totally unreasonable to me for Double Fine to develop a character that could have easily had a background that would explain why he has some intense obsession with winning and losing. They've already established themselves as open and willing to explore those avenues, as we see with the other characters of the game, so there's a reason they didn't find it necessary with Fred Bonaparte. And so, I think the details we do have before his mental breakdown are all we need to make some assumptions about what happened here. What we know from the vaults is that we see Fred working as an orderly, and his first interaction with Crispin Whitehead is one of care and concern. We can see him happily standing in the hallway surrounded by patients, smiling. This indicates to me that Fred is the kind of person who cares a lot about his job and has a lot of compassion for helping others. which is exactly why he tries to bring Crispin out of his catatonic state by playing a game. But when he does, Crispin wins against him in the game, much to Fred's surprise. But that itself isn't enough to make Fred break down. What we have to do here is pay close attention to Crispin. In the last image of the first vault, we see Fred angrily placing pieces back on the board, but with Crispin smiling at him. And the Crispin that we met is not at all the same Crispin we see at the start of this memory vault. He's far from a drooling catatonic vegetable. What we see is someone who lies about his identity as an orderly and cruelly insults Fred and orders him around with condescending demands. What I believe truly caused Fred's mental breakdown isn't simply losing to someone he viewed as being weak and needing help, just to find that he was actually even better than Fred to a dramatic degree. Because that would mean that Fred would have to look down upon Crispin and ultimately be insulted that someone he viewed as lesser than him could possibly beat him. But that's not the image of Fred that we get. The image that we get is the kind orderly who just wants to help his patients. Instead, we have to assume that the version of Crispin that we know firsthand is the form of Crispin that Fred unleashed from his catatonic state and took advantage of Fred's compassion and kindness by cruelly tormenting him when Fred was just trying to help. I think it's likely that Crispin spent the entire time with Fred taking advantage of his vulnerable compassion and using it not just to win, but to hurt Fred deeply, to betray his kindness with pure cruelty. What Fred experienced is a weakness that's common in those who struggle to stand up for themselves or want to please everyone. It can be common that the reason a person is unwilling to stand up for themselves properly is they hate confrontation and want to resolve everything with their kindness and compassion. And those who take on this strategy may experience being walked on by others over and over again, especially by those who learn that the person won't ever stand up for themselves, such as Crispin. So Fred, after dealing with this repeatedly, feels completely destroyed and hurt and betrayed by this, and has a radical shift within himself that seeks to try and resolve that hurt. And so, when he goes to the mirror, the Napoleonic entity arrives and demands that he stand up for himself. And it's easy to see the Napoleonic entity in Fred's mind as the sort of enemy of the level. And I think if he was, he would take over total control like I mentioned before. But what we see instead is a deeper part of Fred that wants to protect him, that wants him to learn to be unafraid to stand up for himself and not to allow his kindness to be taken advantage of. And the lesson that we help Fred learn is that the real version of ourselves, the kind and compassionate form, is good and should exist. But that version of ourselves can't be the only version that exists, because not everyone we encounter will be kind. And if we don't have the courage and strength to stand up for ourselves, there are people who will take advantage of us and hurt us, deeply. And it may be hard at first, and it may take going back to convince ourselves yet again to fight that battle, painful though it may be. But we can eventually reach the point where we have enough confidence to know that we can defend ourselves. And in doing so, we can still be the same kind and generous person that we want to be. And so, with Fred's mind restored to its original state, he gives us the straitjacket we need for the Dr. Loboto disguise. If we take a short break here and call Agent Cruller with the bacon, he can teleport us back to his sanctuary, so we don't have to use Linda to travel and walk back every time. And when we're done at the campgrounds, he'll teleport us right back where we were before. Super convenient. And if we head to Ford's sanctuary around this point in the story, he tells us to head back and down the hall.
You're the only one left, son. Can't even make a connection with Sasha or Milla right now for some reason.
Sasha said he had some official Psychonauts business.
Impossible. I would know it if they did. No, something's happened to them. Rasputin, listen. You're the only one who can stop Oleander now.
What about you?
I can't leave this cave, Rasputin. Not as the Ford Cruller you know.
What? Why?
Years ago, I was in a terrible psychic duel that left me barely alive.
Yeah, I read about that. They said your psyche was shattered, that you lost your mind. But you seem fine to me.
Yes, when I'm down here, near the Titanium motherlode, the concentrated power of the Titanium pulls my thoughts together, keeps me like my old self. But if I leave this sanctuary, my psyche becomes disjointed, and I fall into one of my other personalities, with no memory of who I really am. I'd be no use to you unless you needed something raked or mopped.
Well, you can call headquarters and get help.
The Psychonauts won't listen to me. They wrote me off as a loon years ago. That's why Sasha and Milla have to take on all my missions. Headquarters doesn't know I'm the one behind the assignment, so they'd never get approved. But Sasha and Milla seem to be out of commission now. You have to be my field agent, Rasputin. Are you ready?
Yes.
Good. You have to find where that monster took the girl. And if you locate any of the other children's brains along the way, bring them back to me for recranialization. Understand?
Ew. I mean, yes, sir.
So Ford's past is a lot more interesting than we originally thought. It doesn't have much impact in Psychonauts 1, but this is explored much more deeply in Psychonauts 2 in a really fun and interesting way. But, like I said before, we'll leave Psychonauts 2 for its own video. Anyway, Ford mentions that we have to go out and find the missing camper's brains. And now that we have access to the Asylum, we can begin exploring around and finding their brains hidden in different locations. And not all will be accessible yet, but there are a few we can gather. And as we encounter them, we can come back here to turn them in and exchange some dialogue with each of the campers. And once they're back to normal, you can find them hanging around the campgrounds again. So, with that out of the way, we can turn in some cobwebs and rank up a bit before returning back to the Asylum so we can meet the final patient whose help we need, Edgar Tegley.
What you painting there?
That is my patron, my psychiatrist, my warden.
Looks like Dr. Lobato to me. Is he the one who chained you up?
The doctor won't let me go until I complete my treatment.
So why don't you just finish the painting and go home?
Why don't I just...
Wow. See? Sometimes you just have to... Huh. You painted a bullfight over the doctor's face. Why a bullfight? Huh? Huh? Edgar, why do you...
Every time it is the same. The matador, the bull. How I despise you both. But my hands won't let you go. That is why I am here. Chained in more ways than you can see.
A prisoner of art.
A prisoner of art.
Well, I'm gonna go downstairs. You good?
I'm good.
Yeah, alright then. There's only one thing to do about whatever's going on with this guy, and that's to tinker around inside his mind haphazardly until we do something right. So let's jump into Black Velvetopia.
What is this? Are you working on an abstract piece? Nice use of color.
That's an impressive house of cards you're building there.
And still, not high enough to reach the sky and free her from her prison.
Who is she?
I only know that she is beautiful, perfect, and sad. All day she cries rose-petal tears, and I can do nothing to help her because my creation lacks something, and it will not stand against the bull.
What bull?
El Odio. Somewhere along the way, I feel that I lost something important, but I do not know.
I think it's your queens. You want me to go look for them?
Bring me any cards you find. I must complete this tower.
Yes.
God, are you all right? Poor little guy. Little nick on the frame. Maybe I can cover that up with a price tag or something.
Wow. Now that's an entrance to a level. Black Velvetopia is one of my favorite levels purely based on its appearance. It's really unique with its theme and aesthetic, featuring a solid black base tone with neon highlights to everything. And there's an overall heavy Spanish theme throughout the entire level, as you'll see. So first off, there's a lot of information kinda just thrown at us all at once in this intro cutscene that we gotta take in. We first meet Edgar in his own mind, trying to build a house of cards to a beautiful woman crying in the sky. But the bull, El Odio, runs around and causes the cards to collapse. And when we encounter him, he takes us down a long path all the way to the beginning of the level. The developers choose to give us a broad overview of the level that I think is pretty useful once you see how it's laid out. At first, we just find ourselves laid out next to this dog painter in a small alley with no way out. There's actually quite a few of these canine artists around the level, and they provide two major purposes to us. For one, we can talk to them and gather some information about what's going on in Edgar's mind and past. And they also sell these paintings that we can use throughout the level. The first painting is free, so we can take it, and we're introduced to one of the main mechanics of this level. There are these little hooks with a space around them to place paintings, and if we do so...
Nice! Now I can get Edgar's cards.
Each painting has a different symbol on it and a different effect. I'll explain these as we come across them, but they're only one aspect of the mechanics here. If we look forward, we can see a long pathway through alleys that El Odio is blazing through at all times. And as we quickly learn while trying to progress through the level, if you get hit by El Odio, you get taken back to the last safe space that you were at. So, our goal then is to progress forward through the long alley while avoiding El Odio, and explore the side pathways where he doesn't roam. Avoiding El Odio requires that we just wait for him to pass by, then run as quick as we can to the next safe spot. But if we end up needing a quick getaway, there are windows you can find along the main path with women that scream and quickly close their shutters. If you purchase one of the many rose paintings around the level, you can place these down, spawning you a rose item. And if you use the rose item on the women, they'll let you jump in to hide as the bull passes. Otherwise, there's no way to really avoid El Odio besides jumping really high above him or just staying out of the way. Anyway, as Edgar and Raz mentioned, our goal is to go out and retrieve the queen cards around the level and bring them back to him to help him build his tower of cards to save the woman in the sky above. So, as we're wandering around, we'll come across these paintings with a card in front of them. Interacting with these, we get this cutscene.
Introducing, fresh from the Thrilla in Manila, Iowa, Tiger!
Wake up, little man. Time to go nighty-night.
I am awake.
Good, because it is bedtime for you, Snake Size.
What are you talking about?
You will fight me for my card, yes?
Well, I am looking for some cards.
Then, small fry, I am afraid the Sandman is going to have to bend way over to reach you because you are so awfully itty-bitty. And then...
All right, I get it. Just shut up and let's go.
Then I will shut up, but only so I can enjoy the microscopic spectacle of your attempts to make me shut up.
So, each of the 4 queen cards are guarded by these luchadors that we have to beat in the ring. And they each function very similarly to each other, with a few minor differences that correspond to whatever animal persona that they're taking on. And to be quite honest, this is one of the weaker parts of Psychonauts to me. I find the fights really redundant and repetitive, and a bit too easy. And having to watch the same intro over and over again is so boring. Fighting bosses isn't really something that I consider a highlight of Psychonauts, so a level that has a sort of boss rush mechanic is a bit of a downer. But anyway, after beating each of the 4 queens, we acquire the matching queen card and are teleported back to the central fountain area where Edgar is building the tower of cards. We can hand him the newly acquired queen and watch as he builds his tower even higher. And once we acquire all 4 queen cards and hand them to Edgar, the level enters its final stage. But there's still a lot we have to do actually to reach those cards, as well as a lot of Edgar's past to uncover as we go along. And then there's the issue of El Odio himself. How do we stop the bull from terrorizing Edgar's mind? Will building the tower to the heavens really resolve Edgar's issues? Well, speaking to one of the dog painters we meet along the way, he addresses this question for us.
Why won't they ask Dingo to help? Is he expensive?
No, because what happened between him and Edgar? Quite a scandal.
What? What happened between Dingo and Edgar?
Tragedy, betrayal, art, love, pain. Nothing you want to know about.
Come on, tell me. What's the big scandal?
Listen, I deal in truth and beauty, not dirt. But maybe if you had bought some art, then I'd have to come up with some small talk while we're making change and, you know.
Okay, well, he has 2 paintings on sale here. One of the roses I mentioned before, and a guitar. We can use the guitar painting to build a long tower of strings that we can climb up like a ladder to reach high and hidden places. And this will certainly come in handy later. Also, this is another good time for me to point out, you really want to make sure you have a decent amount of arrowheads before playing this level. Because the paintings actually do cost real arrowheads, and I had to end up leaving the level to go farm some before returning back so I could access everything. I find this to be a really annoying choice, honestly. But if you got the dowsing rod early, it should be no problem to quickly farm some arrowheads and come back. So now that we bought the art, let's hear the story between Edgar and Dingo in Flagrante.
Okay, I bought some art. Now give me the dirt on Dingo.
Okay, here's how I heard it. Years ago, when Edgar was a world-renowned painter, he was commissioned by Dingo to immortalize him in black velvet. But while he was sitting for the portrait, Dingo met Edgar's beautiful wife, who was none other than the top flamenco dancer, Lampita Passionado. He seduced the dancer, and the two ran off together, leaving Edgar with the unfinished painting and a broken heart. Since then, Edgar thinks of nothing but the treacherous pair, and since then, our streets have been ruled by El Odio.
Interesting. So there's a lot of drama between Edgar, Dingo in Flagrante, and Lampita Passionado, which may give us some insight into what's going on with Edgar's mental state. So continuing through the level, we learn a lot more about Edgar's past while fighting off waves of sensors, jumping around through various platforming sections, and using paintings we buy from other dogs around the level to access different sections of the map. Black Velvetopia in general contains a number of secrets that are completely optional and require a bit of backtracking and exploring to uncover. For example, if you want to acquire all the figments in the level, there's a window painting you can purchase to place on the various painting spots around and jump in to collect hidden fragments. But you can also use it as a shortcut to bypass a long section of the map to move from one part to another quickly, which definitely comes in handy as you're backtracking through. There's also another painting similar to the guitar that spawns a wall of vines that we can climb, and this will come in handy when we want to access Edgar's secret garden, which I'll explain more about during the psychology section of the level. And the final secret I want to mention is if you reach the very end of the path that El Odio cycles through, you can finally come to the home of Dingo in Flagrante. Let's see what his deal is.
You must be the towel boy. You want an autograph? I don't just hand those out. And that's a good lesson for you. Anticipate disappointment. Take me. I'm the greatest bullfighter who's ever lived. Yet my upcoming match against the town bull has received virtually no marketing support. A towering advertisement was supposed to have been painted just outside my window. But as you can see, the job hasn't even been started.
I think that bull is trampling anyone who tries to paint on the wall. Maybe you could stop it.
So instead of challenging the bull before a stadium packed with screaming women, you want me to fight it on the street in front of one dog and one child wearing a crude towel boy disguise? That's a terrible idea. Here's a better one. You go get that billboard painted and I'll reward you handsomely, which is how I do everything.
God, what a dickhead.
As an advance, I'll give you one of my secret weapons. Use it if anyone gets stubborn.
Oh, okay. Dingo actually gives us the final psychic skill that we can learn, confusion grenades. We can throw these at enemies to confuse them, which basically just stuns them for a short period of time. And as it turns out, these will be quite helpful to get the ad painted as well. If we head outside and speak to the nearby dog painter, he asks for our help to paint the ad. So, we can use our new confusion grenades to stun El Odio for a short period, so the dog can make it across the alley. Nice and easy.
It's not great, but I suppose it's just barely good enough. Come see me if you still want your reward.
You know, your advice didn't work.
Really? Then here's some new advice. I don't know what you're talking about.
How about that reward?
Fine then. 1 autograph.
You know, my bulldog friend could still paint a beer gut on that poster out there.
All right, here, take this. But I warn you, I won't be able to sign it.
Nice. He gives us an upgrade to our max lives. As I mentioned earlier in the video, you can find these hidden around the different levels, so keep an eye out for them. But anyway, that's the last mechanical part of Black Velvetopia that I wanted to discuss. Since Edgar's backstory and psychology are so deeply intertwined with his level, I'm going to cover the rest of what happens in the psychology section. So, Edgar's backstory is a lot less complex and multifaceted than a lot of the other levels we've covered so far, but no less interesting. What we know so far is that there are 2 figures from Edgar's past, Dingo in Flagrante and Lempita Passionato, and supposedly Lempita left Edgar for Dingo, breaking his heart and leaving him emotionally torn. So, the woman in the sky that Edgar's trying to build his way towards is Lempita herself. But, as we encounter another one of the dog painters around the level, and ask him about Edgar and his past, here's what he has to say.
Edgar Tegley sent me. You know, the famous painter. How about a discount?
Famous painter? Edgar? Yeah, right.
You don't give discounts or you don't think he's famous?
Look, I'm sorry, but eating lunch every day in the art teacher's room does not make you a famous painter. Anyway, you only did that to hide out from the school wrestling team.
Huh. Okay. What we know of Edgar so far is something about wrestling in high school, but then a betrayal in his adulthood, presumably with Dingo, a matador, and Lempita, the top flamenco dancer. But what does any of this have to do with high school?
Has Edgar always had a problem with wrestlers?
No way. In fact, he used to be the captain of his high school wrestling team. He took them all the way to the state semifinals one year, and then he choked. Cost the team the entire match.
Why did he choke? Did they get him in one of those pile driver things?
No. Edgar's girlfriend, Lana Panzoni, dumped him after the first period for Dean LeGrand, the head of her cheerleading squad. Tegley was worthless after that. The other team just tossed him around the rest of the day like a half sack of pork rinds. Oh, man. His squad hated him after that. The whole school did.
How sad. Especially since it all happened to him again with Dingo and Lempita.
Oh, right. Yeah, they exist. Not made up at all, those two. Sheesh. Hey, I got some original Picassos over here if you're interested, by the way.
So, this is quite the development. This is one of the few times we have something in the level explain what's going on with the mind we're in so explicitly. And we can verify this information with the vault we find, down deep in the sewers under the city, painfully hidden away from the surface. Edgar's Lament. We see the names Lana and Edgar surrounded by a heart scratched into a tree. In the next image, we see a young Lana and Edgar together dressed nicely at what I assume is their high school prom. From here, we can see Lana cheerleading and dancing, with Edgar dressed in school wrestling attire. And interestingly, we see the image of Edgar with his wrestling squad, and Edgar holding his fingers to his head, like a bull. And if we look closely, we can see each of the animals represented in the level by the queens and Elodio on their wrestling uniforms. But in the next image, we see Lana in her element cheerleading with her squad, being held up by Dean LeGrand, a, supposedly, handsome male cheerleader. And when we see Edgar flexing in front of Lana, she appears disinterested. But when Dean is cheerleading, we see Lana showing love for him instead. And in the final 2 images, we see Edgar getting pinned while wrestling, with Dean and Lana in the background kissing, and Edgar surrounded by his wrestling team, angrily staring him down for losing them the championship. So, everything the Dalmatian told us was accurate, but we also learned a few other things to give context to the level. Edgar's issues seem to stem from an intense grudge and pain that he's held onto for years since high school, of a painful betrayal by his love at that time. And to put fuel on the fire, in his distress he lost the championship wrestling match, making all of his friends angry and spiteful with him. Edgar experienced something that can be emotionally and socially devastating, losing your romantic partner and all of your friends all at once. But how does this explain El Odio, Dingo in Flagrante, and Lempita Passionato? What's up with these weird abstract representations within his mind that have become so real as to invade his real life through his art? I think that over time, as he left his pain unresolved, Edgar's understanding of events became increasingly dramatized and blown out of proportion. When we experience trauma of our past and leave it unresolved, it can potentially cascade and grow, especially if we ever experience similar events again, which end up reinforcing those painful memories. When we experience trauma of our past, like many of the minds of Psychonauts we've covered, there are sets of beliefs, thoughts, and behaviors that start to manifest as a result. These manifestations come about as psychological mechanisms in our mind to try and protect us from whatever pain we experienced in the past. For example, a child doesn't know that a stove is hot, but if they touch it and get burned, they learn right away not to touch the stove again. The same can go for emotional or mental trauma. Your mind teaches itself to act or think in a certain way to prevent you from experiencing the same trauma of your past. But what can often end up happening is the beliefs, thoughts, or behaviors that we manifest start showing up in places where it hurts us more than it ever helps us. For example, if you have a past of painful experiences that makes you extremely socially anxious, this can end up being very painful later in life when you want to try and form meaningful relationships. Your trauma taught you that avoiding interactions with people means that you can avoid the pain that other people can cause you. But at the same time, if you avoid it too much, you can begin to experience other pain of not being able to form social relationships when you desperately want and need to. For Edgar Tegley, it seems that his trauma has followed him for a long time and made him caught up in certain repetitive feelings and behaviors that he still can't escape. And most notably, we can see that in the form of El Odio, translated as the hatred, the mental manifestation of Edgar's deep anger from the betrayal and pain he felt in high school from this event. And as this unresolved anger grew within him, other mental concepts began forming with the idea of Lempita Passionado, Dingo in Flagrante, and the 4 Luchador Queens. All mental manifestations of the same story he experienced, but heightened to a fantastical level. What this means is, over time, as Edgar brooded about this event from his past, his mind began to perceive the otherwise straightforward event as increasingly more and more grandiose and impactful in his life than even reality shows us. Lempita isn't just some cheerleader from high school, she's the world's greatest flamenco dancer. And Dingo isn't just a handsome male cheerleader, he's a great and famous matador. And Edgar's feelings of betrayal aren't just sadness and anger, they're hatred that runs rampant over his mind, oppressing every aspect of it in the form of a massive bull. And so, what Edgar needs to do is directly face the trauma of his past and learn to integrate that into himself, just like every other person we've encountered so far. And our goal here is to do that, starting with the 4 queens, the representations of his wrestling teammates from high school. We go into the ring with these 4 and conquer Edgar's resentment towards them, allowing Edgar to let go. And the way that we know that is by visiting a very important location in Edgar's mind that I mentioned before, his secret garden. This is an area of the level above the streets where we can find a peaceful little section with a fountain and plants. We can also see that the luchadors show up here as we defeat them, having them become integrated into a special place within Edgar's mind. And this is also where we find his second vault, featuring the happy memories of him and Lana's relationship when things were still good between them. What this area represents for Edgar is a part of himself hidden away from El Odio, hidden away from his pain and hate, where all the good parts of his life and past can comfortably exist that he can visit whenever he wants. His memories of Lana, who he still remains obsessed with, are the key feature here, but as we go back through his past, defeating his former wrestling friends, they too become a fond part of his memories that he starts to hold in high regard by showing up here. But the sad part is, this section of his mind, while pleasant and lovely, is a major part of his issue in the first place. The fact that he can't let go of his love and pain regarding Lana is the very thing that has him trapped so deeply in the past, and has also allowed his past to grow far beyond how it should reasonably affect him at this stage in his life. But, as we finally beat the 4 queens and help Edgar build his tower to the heavens, we can finally give him what he needs. A chance to confront the ideal of Lempita and Dingo that are still stuck within his mind.
Here you go, Edgar. The last card.
Thank you. You said you would get them, and you did. Not everyone is as true to their word, you know.
Well, now you can finish your tower.
Yes. Now this can all end, once and for all.
Wow, It looks like you can walk right up there now, Edgar. Edgar? Edgar?
I knew you would save me someday. He just won't let me go. Tell me, how did you kill him?
Kill who?
El Odio.
I didn't. Edgar?
And so, the final level of the battle begins. We have to face Edgar's violent outburst as El Odio, and try to restore him to his rational self. In this section, we have to simply avoid his charging attacks, and throw the spears scattered around the arena at him with telekinesis. And after enough time, we'll take him down.
Where am I?
Thank you for preparing the bull, my humble picador. I shall now finish this beast off easily.
Edgar, listen. There is no Elodio, no Lampita, no Dingo.
What?
You can't let the junior varsity pep squad ruin your life.
What's up with the junior?
Yeah, we were full on varsity.
Give me a G!
G!
Give me an O!
O!
Give me a B!
They stole my happiness, my life, the state semi-finals, everything!
No, wait! Edgar!
Ha ha ha. He never learns.
Everything begins to make sense when we hear Edgar's words himself, and finally see Dingo and Lampita take on the form of Dean and Lana. But Edgar is still needing to work through those feelings he's been holding on to for a while. So we're here to support him and defeat Dean and not let him win against Edgar. We can use our confusion grenades to stun Dean, and then our telekinesis to pull the spears from Edgar's back and throw them at him. And after repeating this for enough times, Dean will fall.
It's all right. It's okay. We'll win the game some other day.
Please. Edgar, look at them. They're too pathetic to hurt you anymore. Can't you just let it go?
How embarrassing. I can't believe I was hung up for so long over these losers.
I always loved you more?
Signed, Edgar Tegle. Finny, when you deliver this to my patron, Raz, you may also hand him my farewell, for I am checking myself out of here. You have unchained my mind, young friend. So before I go, I'd like to show my gratitude by painting you a real work of art.
No bull?
You make light of my mental problems, and still, I have no rage. Amazing.
And just like that, Edgar finally stops bottling up all those intense feelings he's been holding on to for years and years, and just lets himself feel and experience them. With our support. And when he finally does, he suddenly sees things clearly, with what I think is actually a powerful admission. I can't believe I was hung up for so long over these losers. It can be really hard to admit how much time and energy you've wasted on the pain of what seems like a minor insignificance of your past. But, with Edgar's newfound humility and self-respect, he quickly finishes up the painting for us with an excitement to finally leave the asylum and get on with his life. So, that's it. We finally have all the pieces of the Lobato disguise we need to trick Crispin and head up the elevator in the asylum.
Greetings, Dr. Lobato. Good to see your face. I see you're wearing your favourite jacket. If I may say so, your claw is looking especially menacing today. Up to the secret laboratory then, is it? Taking her up yourself this time, eh, Doctor? Less work for me.
Inmate Whitehead.
Chief Orderly Bonaparte. You're
armed.
Well, here I am. Up in the tower of an abandoned insane asylum.
wearing a straitjacket, talking to myself. Okay, enough with the disguise. The things I do for Lily's brain. Well, if I'm gonna get to the top of this thing, I'd better start hiking.
Arriving at the top, we still actually have a lot to go before we reach the true top of the tower, and this next section is a real pain in the ass. This part of Thorney Towers is more of a proper asylum with hospital beds, padded rooms, and so on. But the entire building is completely falling apart, so making our way up will take a significant amount of platforming that can be a bit exhausting. But anyway, as we head through, we see a lot of rats running around. And these rats can be pretty awful to deal with, because of course, they're psychic rats that shoot us with confusion and swarm us, dealing damage. Luckily, I'm high enough rank that my marksman ability will chain between enemies and hit multiple targets at once, so I can take out quite a few at one time. But in general, you just want to stay far away from these and shoot them at a distance. Anyway, as we're working our way up, we can also begin to find a lot more of the campers' brains hidden around, so definitely keep an eye out for these. You'll want to explore every inch of the place if you want to collect them all. As we climb our way up and go through more asylum halls, do a long series of platforming sections, and keep seeing whatever the hell this is popping up every now and then, we finally reach our way to the top.
This is your last warning! Go back down right now or you'll be very, very sorry!
Sure. Anyway, at the end of this path, we can do the total opposite of that, and take the elevator up to the very tip-top of the Thorney Towers Asylum, where Dr. Lobato awaits.
Worthless! These brains are worthless, Shigo. Just like the one in your head.
No, they're nice. They're nice brains, Dr. Lobato. Really?
They're too nice. They won't fight. I need killers. I need angry brains. I squeeze them, I poke them, I twist them. What do I have to do to make them fight? Maybe I should try my drill.
I'm not gonna bring you any more brains if you're gonna be so mean to them.
No matter what I do?
No matter what?
Not even if I...
Don't!
Not even if I cook you a little...
Doctor, no!
A little turtle soup?
Please, Dr. Lobato, no!
A nice hot turtle soup. Nothing better on a cold night like this than some boiling hot soup.
You need Mr. Pokey.
Oh, okay. You sure?
No! I mean, yes!
All right. Oh, why don't I just go ahead and heat you up a cup? It's made of turtles. Turtles that you love. Isn't that right, Mr. Pokey-Lo? Okay. Well, maybe I'll just make some for myself. Bring me a good brain, Shigo, or Mr. Pokey-Lo becomes Mr. Smoky-Lo. Smoky-Lo. When you're a dentist, you have to learn to have a sense of humor, you know. It helps to calm the patients down.
Yeah, he's a total asshole, but I guess we knew that. Anyway, just after the cutscene, we can see Sasha and Mia's brains in jars protected by Dr. Lobato. Trying to approach casually, we get this interaction.
Aha! What's this? Why, it's a nice little precious juicy brain wrapped up in some sort of boy-shaped gobbledygook. Soon have all that excess tissue removed, and then we can slip that brain into something more comfortable. Shigor! That package General Oleander mentioned has arrived. Please take it up to the holding area and keep it fresh until I'm ready to stick in my thumb and pull out a plum.
I tried to warn you.
Listen, the man you're working for is a deranged lunatic.
I know! I hate him! But if I don't do what he says, he'll...
Cook your little turtle from the inside out. Shigor, hostage situations like this are always extremely delicate. I'll have to extract Mr. Pokey-Lo from his prison using my psychic powers. After which, this Lobato character should be fairly trivial to neutralize.
Yes, because once we get Mr. Pokey-Lo back, he'll tell us what to do. He always tells tells me what to do.
Yes. Sasha, Milla, Lily.
Raz, you came.
Of course I did. We gotta get you out of here.
Look! The coach must have lured Sasha and Milla here on official Psychonauts business and then ambushed them with sneezing powder. They're completely brainless.
I know. I saw their brains downstairs. Listen, first things first. I was thinking about what you said about us making out.
Yeah? Oh man, I'm so glad he showed up. I was just starting to feel slightly less phlegmy. Wait, he didn't here. Ah! Get away from me. Stop reading my mind. Go rebrain Sasha and Milla so they can help us break this lock.
So, our goal now is to rescue Mr. Pokelope because he'll tell us what to do, I guess? Sure, fine. Luckily, there's a piece of cake nearby in this room that we can use to lure Mr. Pokelope over in his cage, and we can pull him out with telekinesis. Giving him back to Shigor, we get this cutscene.
Mr. Pokelope! Oh, Mr. Pokelope! I was so scared! Now you're back, Mr. Pokelope, and you'll tell us what to do! Right? You've got a plan or something, right, Mr. Pokelope? Right?
That's right, baby. Daddy's here. Everything's gonna be all right. Now, here's what we're gonna do.
Okay, Okay. Dr. Lobato, I have a new brain for you. It's a really, really good one.
That's what you always say, Shigor.
No, this one is really special. It's a fighter.
No, just leave it there, and I'll get to it right after I'm done with this experiment.
Don't worry, baby. Just make sure I get put in that old tank, and Daddy will take care of business.
I can't watch!
Okay, well, maybe I'm the crazy one, but I didn't actually expect Mr. Pokelope to actually speak and have a good plan. But you remember how I said not to take anything for granted? Anyway, now that his brain is nearby, we can use telekinesis to throw it into the nearby tank.
It's time to make the soup.
Mr. Pokelope, he's my king. La 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 la, everything.
Nice and easy.
You're so funny, Mr. Pokelope. Someone's got chocolate bread. Someone does.
But Rasputin, recranialization of an adult brain without surgery is...
That's a very advanced procedure. How did you know how to do it?
Well, I've studied it a little. But Shigor here knows more about handling brains than anyone I've ever met.
Really? You know, I've been thinking about getting a lab assistant.
Shigor, darling, do you know where all of the other children's brains are?
Well, if you can lead us to them, we can bring them back to their owners immediately.
Ahem.
Immediately after we break young Ms. Zanado here out of her restraints.
Nice, so we finally rescued Sasha and Milla. Now we just need to free Lily and watch the rest of the cutscenes.
Finally! If that thing gave me a cowlick, Coach Oleander's gonna burn.
At least he never got inside your brain. It's going to take me weeks to get my rhythm back.
Rasputin, you have surprised us yet again. I cannot thank you enough for what you've done.
Hey, all in a day's work for a psychonaut.
Well, Psy Cadet, you mean.
Hey! The Psychonauts should be so lucky to get someone like Raz. The brain he's got in there
is 1 in a million. Thanks to all of you for bringing it straight to my door.
Oleander.
You! You took all my friends' brains. You turned an innocent fish into a giant monster. You stole all the teachers, derailing my education. And you kidnapped my girlfriend.
Rasputin, this fight is too big for you.
Back home, I had to clean up after the elephants. So trust me, I know how to take care of this ugly little pile of...
Kids, let the grown-ups handle this.
You tall people!
Sasha!
We get to kill him too!
Well, it's official. The genius is back. Time to go get ready for my gallery show. Uh-oh, this looks bad. Ah, well, that's good. Someone must have turned off the gas long ago.
Oh, here's what my poor flowers need. A little water.
Oh no, I spilled all my turpentine and acetone.
Hey, Boyd! Long time no see!
Oh, Mr. Orderly, I did not see you there. I was just taking a little therapeutic walk in the moonlight.
Relax, the asylum's closed. We can all go home.
Leave? Here?
Yeah, this place is for crazy people. And I don't know about you, but I ain't crazy no more.
I have to tell you, I'm feeling pretty good.
You know, maybe it is time for us all to move on.
What do you think, Boyd? You ready to blow this popsicle stand?
The milkman has completed his route. You guys want to split a cab?
And the crib wasn't even that clean. I mean, what do I have to do to get those guys to take me seriously?
When are you going to shut up and kiss me?
I can hear that.
I know.
Surrender! Never!
The Psychonauts have a word for people who turn on their own.
Ha! I don't need the Psychonauts anymore. I'm making my own army. Got a word for that?
Yeah. Gesundheit!
Huh?
Wow.
Wow. That was my fight. I was ready for that one.
Always in such a rush, Rasputin. It takes years before you're ready for combat of that magnitude.
Well, you'd be surprised, Nine. This one's been acing all my extra credit exams.
I beat the coach once already, and I can do it again.
Darling, that was just a remote projection of the coach. He wasn't as strong as he would be if he were to appear in the real world.
TV? TV?
Where's his brain?
Oh, probably stuck in one of his plans to take over the world somewhere.
Hey, how's the weather down there? Ah, finally. Alone at last, eh, Rasputin?
Glad you're finally picking on someone your own size.
Yes, I've been dying for a chance to pick your brain!
Two can play that game.
Yeah, but only one can win!
So, the much-anticipated battle between Raz and Oleander can finally begin. Oleander controls one of his designed psychic death tanks and uses 2 walls of barriers to protect himself while throwing pieces of the barriers at us, dealing damage. So what we need to do is use our telekinesis to grab the pieces of concrete and throw them at the first layer of the barrier, opening it up. Then we can use our pyrokinesis to burn the second layer of wood protecting the tank. And once we have a good enough opening directly to the tank, we can take a piece of concrete and throw it at the glass container holding Oleander's brain. And after repeating this process a few times, we eventually break open the glass and get the following cutscene.
Super sneezing powder. Try not to sneeze. Have to hold it in.
TV. Oh, this is just great. Now what am I going to do? Have to think. Like I got a choice.
Well, shit. Luckily, Raz still has his smarts and psychic power, so we could use our telekinesis to actually throw our brain around and directly into the tank with Oleander. But in doing so, we're forced into the final level of Psychonauts.
Oh, hi! My name's Marcel Oleander, but you can call me Maury or Ole.
Coach Oleander? What are you doing in my mind?
How did you get in my happy meadow? Nobody's supposed to know about it. You didn't tell my dad about it, did you? Oh, that's him! Oh no! Come on, little bunny! We'll be safe in here!
So, it looks like Raz and Oleander's brains are somehow blending together as we're back in the empty void we know from Raz's mind, but mixed in is our interaction with the child Oleander. We head into the caravan and are immediately taken into a hall of meat that turns into a normal hall with circus posters from Raz's past. And as we go through the glowing door at the end, we get to see what this level really entails.
Okay. The circus I remember from my childhood was definitely not made of meat. The last time I checked.
No! No! Little bunny, don't go in there! That's a bad place! That's a bad place for bunnies!
So, the final level of Psychonauts is the Meat Circus. And our goal here is to follow the child Oleander around as he chases his little bunny. And we saw him head into the tent, but let's just look around first. Around here are typical figments and emotional baggage and so on, but since this is the final level, we can't ever leave to return to Fort Sanctuary, so there's no way for us to actually turn in our cobwebs or challenge markers to rank up anymore. Instead, we have this machine outside that will take any collectibles we have so far and give us the requisite rewards, which is a welcome consideration from the devs. It honestly would have been really annoying and made no sense to get all those collectibles and not have the chance to actually turn them in. And while we're out here, looking around the level, we can see the twisted worlds of circus and meat combined together in a gross and disturbing mishmash. And as we're playing through the level, we hear the ghostly words echo in our ears with no explanation. But anyway, there's not much to do out here except get collectibles and look around, so let's go ahead and head into the circus tent.
You gotta help me save the bunny! If he just holds still, I could catch him and hide him from my dad! He runs a butcher shop. He wants to make food out of them.
Oh, that's right. Maury's old man was a butcher. It looks like your childhood memories of the circus got all mixed up with his childhood memories of his dad's butcher shop.
My memories were bad enough. This is just gross. Uh-oh.
You'd better keep that kid out of trouble. With your brains all scrambled like this, what happens to him happens to you.
Right, so this section of the game is easily my least favorite because it's so goddamn frustrating and difficult. In my opinion, there's very little worse than protection quests in video games, and this entire section is an ever-evolving protection quest that we have to speed through to save little Oleander. We have to climb up through a complicated platforming section while these horrible bunny meat creatures chase him down. And each time we reach little Oleander, defeat infinitely spawning bunnies, and help him catch his normal bunny with telekinesis, he moves to another section for us to repeat the process all over again. And with each new section of platforming that we have to complete, we have more and more platforming concepts from earlier in the game to get in the way, which I actually do appreciate, generally speaking. Using all of the concepts of everything we learned so far in the final section of the game to test our limits and challenge us is, in my opinion, a good way to introduce challenge to a game that feels fair and earned. Because presumably we should have all the experience we need to actually complete it. But all of this is marred by the limited time that we have to go through it all, and it's totally out of our control whether Oleander is getting the shit beaten out of him or not. And not to mention, at least in the PC version of the game, when trying to do platforming fast, we see all of the major issues of the mechanics come into play all at once. Trying to jump from railings, climbing poles, dodging attacks, and so on are all a massive pain in the ass and outright broken in some cases. And while dealing with that, as we keep moving up, the level introduces new enemies that we have to avoid, such as these knife-throwing circus performers. And don't even get me started on Oleander's incessant whining. Every time he gets hit, we hear him complain about it, which is about every 1 to 2 seconds the entire time you're going through this section. It's enough to drive you absolutely insane, which I guess is ironic considering the game we're playing. But anyway, I think maybe there's an argument to be made that all of this chaos is supposed to evoke a sense of panic in the player, and it certainly does, but to me, it's done in kind of the worst way possible. But that's enough bitching out of me. We eventually make it to the top of the circus after saving Oleander over and over again, before he just runs off to another section of the level.
We did it! We saved all the bunnies! Now it's time for the main event! Come on! Oh, come on! This is my favorite ride! Yee-haw!
Nice. But before we head in, there's a vault nearby that we can take a look at to give us some context about Oleander's past. And this one is entitled, The Big Top. We see little Oleander happily running around in the sun surrounded by bunny cages. And we see his giant smile looking through the cage at the bunnies within. But Oleander notices a sad little bunny in the back, smaller than the rest, and we can see his concern for it. So Oleander takes the bunny out and holds him like a pet with them happy together in the sun. But, in the next image, we see a massive silhouette overshadowing the small bunny and Oleander, looking horrified and afraid. Oleander's father points to the bunny holding a massive meat cleaver, and we see him taking it away to his butchery with Oleander running behind him. In the final image, we see a silhouette of Oleander's father preparing to butcher the bunny with Oleander crying in horror. This definitely answers some questions about Oleander's past and the weird things we've been noticing throughout the whole game. So let's take a second to step away from this frustrating level and talk about all of that. We know by now that Oleander has a sort of meat obsession, as when he was broadcasting his brainwaves throughout the campgrounds, invading the minds of everyone around him, images of meat began to appear in their dreams. And this also explains some of the weird stuff we heard Oleander mumbling in his sleep about bunnies. And now that Raz and Oleander's minds are melded together, we see the theme of bunnies and meat taking over. So whatever constructed battleground we went through in Oleander's mind in the very first level of the game doesn't really seem to be a proper representation of what his mind is truly like. What we really see is a representation of him holding on to his intense trauma from his childhood, which also explains why, even though he's a Psychonaut, and strong enough to construct a level in his mind as a facade, there are still bits of butchery and bunny-related figments and themes that show up throughout the level. And if you remember, we see this with the meat flower that Lily was watching over, the various figments around, the bunnies in the snowfield wearing military gear, and finally with the white room at the end with bunny designs along the walls. And furthermore, the developers have used the classic allegory from Alice in Wonderland of following the white rabbit to elucidate the truth, both in Oleander's levels by establishing that the bunnies lead to the truth that he's hiding beneath the surface, as well as the white rabbit that we follow to the grand scheme of the game in the Brain Tumbler experiment. But what's up with Oleander's military obsession? In the first level, we saw a vault out in the open called Oleander's Pride, showcasing his military prowess and success. So why does Oleander choose to use his military service as the facade he uses to hide his past? Well, there was still one more vault in that first level that we couldn't access, hidden behind the mental cobwebs that we can take a look at if we revisit his level at some point later. And this one's called Oleander's Shame. In this vault, we see a young Oleander walking into a military office, happily ready to enlist. But after being weighed and his height measured, we see him kicked out of the army, and kicked out of the Air Force, and kicked out of the Navy. Hell, he even got kicked out from working as a military chef. And in the final image, we see Oleander waving his fist angrily as he walks down a street with enlistment posters all over the wall. So this is the total opposite of the original vault that we saw. In Oleander's Pride, we see him take part in every form of military branch with great success, culminating in a series of great rewards with a powerful image of him in the forefront. So then, that vault we originally saw was planted by Oleander himself to fool us and make him appear greater than he actually is. And this means that the entirety of Oleander's basic braining is false and manufactured. And all of the soldiers we see in the level are only figments of his imagination. They never take on a physical form like we see in Mia's mind, for example. And there's also a distinct lack of sensors in the first level. We aren't even introduced to them until Sasha's level. And keep in mind, we're trying not to take things for granted here, so I don't think this can be purely hand-waved away as a purely video gamey level design choice. Oleander has no sense of censorship. He operates entirely on delusion and personal whim. He chooses to understand things from his own viewpoint, damning reality and the rest of the world. What I think we're seeing with Oleander is a man with a painful past of an oppressive and cruel father who betrays his trust and feelings by butchering his pet rabbit. And so, to cope with that intense pain that clearly still remains at the forefront of his mind, he seeks out a career in the military in hopes that it can bring some purpose and pride to his life. But, when he fails to meet the harsh standards of the military, he feels betrayed and spiteful, which he then carries with him mixed up with all the unresolved emotion from his past. And this also likely explains why he became a Psychonaut. It was a form of military experience that he apparently developed the ability for, and didn't have the same physical requirements of the other branches. But, over time, Oleander likely began to associate the oppression he feels from his father with the rejection he felt from the military, and a sense of intense resentment grew within him. And as he moved into the world of the Psychonauts, that resentment and anger grew within him to the harsh figure we know today, with the grandiose and evil plans of world domination and control. When we allow resentment to brood within us, it can lead to a truly dangerous outcome, as is the case with some of those that commit heinous acts of violence. Or, in a less extreme case, we can see this in the failing relationships between people. What tends to happen very often in relationships is we avoid saying what we actually think. And what can happen over time is the things that tend to bother us about the relationship grow and grow as it remains unresolved. And it may come to the point in which we feel like, why do they keep doing this thing? It's so frustrating. I'm sick of this. I can't even stand being around this person because of this. And this can take on many forms, and you may not even realize how much resentment you're holding on to because you get so used to forcing yourself to let it go instead of just bringing it up in fear it'll cause pain or conflict. And so, for some, this is the kind of thing that can lead to divorce. With enough of these small annoyances that cascade upon each other, you begin to resent not just the single few things that you don't like, but the entire person as a whole because you can't stop associating those things with them. And this can completely destroy your relationships. But to get back to the point, why am I bringing this up to talk about Oleander? What Oleander seeks to do through his grand plans of world domination isn't to actually gain control or have power. What he's doing is seeking to show the world what he can do, and to stand up for himself once and for all, but in a way that vastly overcorrects from his past. What Oleander truly needs to do is not stand up to the world or gain power or anything like that. What he needs is to be able to speak to his father and tell him directly what he thinks, to stand up for himself and his emotions. Oleander's father was brutally cruel to him, so he may not even care what he has to say. But it isn't about changing his father. What Oleander needs is the feeling that he's strong enough to stand up for himself and what he believes in, to be able to actually tell his father that his feelings matter, whether he agrees or not. Because if Oleander can do that, he's no longer playing by his father's rules. He would no longer be within the oppressed world his father created, where he's a small child and his father can just push him around and do horrible and cruel things to him. Instead, by telling his father what he thinks, he can associate himself in his own mind not as the little Ollie that we see running around chasing bunnies, but instead as the adult man who has his own thoughts and beliefs that are valuable. And if he were able to do that, he'd be able to leave behind years of resentment that built up to this crazy plan of world domination. And so that finally brings us to the last bit of the Meat Circus, where it's time to do exactly that. Help Oleander face his cruel father and teach him that he has the strength to overcome him. So after a short rail riding section of collecting figments, jumping gaps, and dodging attacks, we approach the main events of the Meat Circus.
Help! Help! You gotta help me protect the bunnies!
Hey, little Ole. It's okay. Those monsters are gone now. The bunnies are safe. We're all safe.
No! It's not safe! He's coming!
Who's coming?
My dad.
Your dad? The butcher?
He says little bunnies are good for nothing! Nothing but food!
Here, little bunnies. Don't run, or else Daddy's gonna kill ya.
So, we have to face Oleander's father, a giant butcher who chases us around while swinging his knives at us. What we have to do here is wait until he uses a specific attack that lodges one of his knives in the ground, then run up his giant arm and melee him in the head. And this can take quite a while and be a little annoying as we can't really control the pace of the fight, but we just need to avoid any hits with his different attacks, and we can use our shield to deflect them if we get too close. Eventually though, we should be able to take him down, and we can finally get to the part of the level that comes from Raz's unique perspective that we have yet to explore.
What's going on here? What have you done to our circus?
Dad!
Polluted. Perverted. This looks like the work of mentalists.
I can explain.
Have you been associating with psychics?
Dad,
Psychics. Fortune tellers. They killed your grandfather. They cursed our entire family to die in water.
Yes, but...
Including you, Rasputin. And me. But I'm going to live. You know why? Because I'm still an acrobat. Let's see if you are. What's it going to be, son? Die in the water? Or show me what you got?
We have to face Raz's father as he platforms away with his acrobatic abilities, showing us the obstacles we're gonna have to face to reach him at the top. And meanwhile, the ground below us begins to fill with water, the content of Raz's phobia, forcing him upward to face his father. This section is pretty similar to the Oleander platforming section, a long vertical climb of platforming using all the acrobatic techniques we've mastered throughout the game. But this time, Raz's father is attacking us, throwing fiery juggling pins as we try to make progress, all while taunting us the entire time. As we make our way through the precarious tightrope walking while dodging ranged attacks, swinging through butcher knives, climbing and jumping around deadly traps, and levitating through rings of fire, we eventually come to the last part of the level, where we slide down a ladder that extends and curves chaotically through the twisted mindscape shared by Raz and Oleander, until we finally make it.
Dad, I made it!
You cheated!
No! I used the acrobatics you taught me!
Don't lie to me, cheater! You crystal ball readers always cheat! You're no son of mine.
Ole, are you okay? Where's your dad?
He's over there, talking to your dad.
He did what?
Uh-oh.
Somebody's going to get grounded!
Make that ground.
Just when we thought we were done with these two. This time, we have to fight the Butcher again, but with fiery butcher knives, while Raz's father throws fire traps around the arena for us to avoid. But the mechanics are basically the same. We need to avoid his attacks and wait for his knife to get stuck, but this time we use telekinesis to throw the spiky fire juggling pins to deal damage to him. And also, the Butcher is a lot more relentless and chases us much closer, which can be pretty difficult to deal with and dodge. But after wearing his health down over time, we can finally take down the Butcher.
Rasputin! I see your skull is as hard to penetrate as ever.
Dad!
What is your brain doing out here in this tank with this other brain? And who are all these unconscious people? What have you gotten yourself involved with? Psychics? He's been cavorting with filthy, cheating psychics! Is that really how I look in your mind? Man, do I hate psychics. And seeing my son happy. I don't hate psychics. I used my psychic connection with you to find you, and to project myself into your mind.
But how can you hate me for being psychic if you're psychic too?
Son, I could never hate you. I only wanted you to be happy, Rasputin. And safe. Our family has many enemies. I have a lot more hair than that. Now, son, we have to carefully unweave your psyche from that other brain. We don't want anything bad to happen while your mind is in this tangled state. The damage could be permanent. Unweave? Detangle? Never! I like it this way. I mean, look at how huge I am! And I think I can juggle now. This is your mind, so you are the strong one here. But I'm about to give you my son. You must take care of it, because it's everything I've got.
Alright, this is it. The actual final fight of Psychonauts. The big battle between the chaotic combination of Raz and Oleander's fathers. But with our real father reaching into our minds, we have the power we need to stop them. For a short period of time, we can turn into a giant mech suit of psychic energy that we can use to wail on this bizarre paternal chimera before us. But in between those brief periods, we revert to a normal size and have to avoid him before we receive the power-up again. And after a few short cycles of this, avoiding their attacks and beating the shit out of them, we can finally see the final cutscenes of the game.
no! No meat!
No more. No more meat. Look.
There you go! Good little bunny! Hey, thanks for helping me save the bunnies. And for talking to my dad.
No problem, little Oli.
Bye-bye! Wave goodbye, Mr. Bun!
Where's he going?
We're separating the brains now, Rasputin. He'll be fine. Let's go inside.
Man, I can't wait to tell you about all the messed up stuff that happened.
Oh, I know a lot of it. While you were out, I poked around a bit. Tell me about this Lily person.
Hey!
And so, that brings us to the end, where, as you can clearly... The personal demons causing my negative behavior have all been eradicated, leaving me sane once again. This is also corroborated in CAT scan number 3 on page 59 of your handouts. On a personal note, I would just like to reiterate how extremely, extremely sorry I am for stealing all of your brains and trying to take over the world. Mistakes have been made. But this camp is all about education. And I know I, for one, learned plenty. Thanks to that guy right there. Come on up here, Raz.
We endeavor to build strong minds here, with the power to lift things, to see things, to burn things. But it's a special quality of your heart, not your mind, that truly makes a great Psychonaut. This young man has it. We did not give it to him. He got it from someone else, long before he came here. But we can give him this, to honor his mind, his courage, and his heart. Son, we do not normally ask this of someone so young, but it is obvious to us all that you are not average. Will you join us, Rasputin? Will you be a Psychonaut?
Okay, let's be perfectly clear about this. That was the best summer of my whole entire life.
Hey, the summer's not over yet. We can hang out for a couple of weeks still.
My family's out on the East Coast. Where's yours?
They move around a lot.
Well, you'd better go. Your dad's waiting for you.
Well...
Bye.
Children, it's an emergency. There's been another kidnapping.
I was here the whole time. You saw me.
No, this time we know who it is, and that's what scares us.
Who was kidnapped?
Truman Zanotto, the grand head of the Psychonauts.
Dad!
Sir, can you teleport this many of us back to headquarters?
Huh? What? Hey, what are you people doing in my kitchen? Now get!
Guess we're taking the jet.
Don't worry about your dad, darling. We'll get him back.
Yes, after all, we'll have Rasputin helping us.
I'm going?
Now how could we do this without our anti-kidnapping specialist?
I've taught you everything I can, son. Now, you go show them. Show them all.
Let's go.
And that's it! We finally done it. Man, this has been a long video, but I think it was totally worth it. Psychonauts is a game I've been passionate about for years and years, and always wanted to express all my love and interest in the game and its complex themes. I've always been someone who's deeply interested in psychology and philosophy, and I think some of that may have started with my experience with Psychonauts as a kid, with all of these multifaceted and deep themes that it presents through its levels. I think Psychonauts does an incredible job of melding mechanical concepts and thematic concepts together to make a greater whole. Every aspect of the game is deeply integrated together and carefully designed where nothing is to be taken for granted. And as a kid, a lot of that did go over my head the first time. But each time that I've played this game after, I notice more and more little pieces of the greater puzzle that the developers crafted that I took for granted. And it wasn't until this video that I felt like I actually got to explore the depths of the game's levels and themes the way I wanted to. So doing all of this was a total passion project and a joy. And I'd love to cover Psychonauts 2 someday, where we can get deeper into Raz's backstory. There are things I could have discussed with Raz's father and Phobia for this video, but all of that is much more deeply covered in the second game, so it'd be better to bring it all up then, I think. And on that subject, if you really enjoyed this video and eventually want to see me cover the following games, please support me and maybe leave a comment telling me your thoughts so I can see if this video is the kind of thing you actually want to see or not. And thank you so much to the patrons who have supported me. You've really given me the confidence I need to put the time and effort into these videos and help make it worth it. And so, thank you all for watching and staying with me through this journey of the masterpiece that is Psychonauts.